Welcome everyone to our first joint technical conference of Project Management Technical Division. Welding Engineering Management Technical Division. Mechanical Design and Fabrication Technical Division.
With the theme, integrating the multidisciplinary expertise of mechanical engineers towards rapid industrialization.
With our brilliant technical speakers and enthusiastic chairmen of conference.
Thank you for attending our first technical collaboration conference. Get a seat, relax, and learn from our technical speakers.
Hi, good afternoon to all. Okay, so magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Let us officially commence our gathering today by asking for divine intervention through a prayer. This shall be followed by the national anthem and the observance of the PSME Creed, PSME core values, and technical house rules. Thank you.
The PSME prayer. Heavenly Father, maker of heaven and earth, we thank you for the Filipino mechanical engineer, for our profession, and for our organization, the PSME. You have sown us as seeds scattered here in the world as PSME engineers, humble planners, designers, and builders of all things mechanical. Our proud testament to the glory of your creation. We bring before you the fruits of our profession, forged by the fire and burning passion of the PSME mission. Professionalism to help us maintain the integrity of the engineering profession. Please keep our hearts true to the highest ethical principles of our field. Service to enable us to contribute to the enhancement of science and technology. We pray for all Filipino mechanical engineers to work together as one in shaping the economic growth of our country. Motivation to uplift the engineering profession. Please help us promote fellowship and cooperation among all Filipino mechanical engineers and to install nationalism among PSME members. Excellence to enable us to become outstanding PSME members. We pray for all Filipino mechanical engineers to actively contribute to the advancement of the profession, to be recognized globally as we develop the talents you have given us. Help us to provide sustainability to the changing world. May the PSME bring together all Filipino mechanical engineers and as one stand united as beacons of strength and stability to the world. All this we pray through you, our Heavenly Father, forever and ever. Amen.
Bayang magiliw, pero sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiging, sa manlulupi, di ka pagsisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mo baghang, may ilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nanginginig. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilig. Lupa
Baba. Pa.
The PSME Creed. We, the mechanical engineers of the Philippines, conscious of our responsibilities to God, our country, and fellow men, affirming our adherence to the Code of Ethics for Mechanical Engineers, desirous in participating and contributing in the social, economic, and industrial growth of our country, determined to support one organization that shall embrace the mechanical engineering profession, have resolved to unite to accomplish these aims by constituting a national organization of mechanical engineers. PSME Core Values. I am a person of integrity. I act with honesty, transparency, and accountability. I do the right things the right way. I maintain professionalism at all times with high respect for others, observing proper conduct, following the code of ethics, honoring commitments, and acting fairly and with dignity. I strive for excellence, thereby achieving the highest standard of performance in all my undertakings. I internalize teamwork. I act with sense of urgency, mindful of entrepreneurial spirit, and work with unity, cooperation, collaboration, synergy, and convergence towards a common goal. I exercise leadership with humility and characterized by stewardship. I lead by example, walk the talk, and celebrate success as owned by all the members of the team. I embody concern for stakeholders, especially the welfare of our members, employees, and all we work for, and those who work for us. I am an integral part of a resilient, nationalistic, and God-fearing organization. I weather the odds and implore peace, harmony, kindness, good work, love of country, and social responsibility.
Okay, mabuhay engineers. Good afternoon to all. I am pleased to welcome you to the PSME Joint Conference of 3 technical divisions brought to you by Project Management, Mechanical Design and Fabrication, and Welding, Engineering and Management technical divisions. May this conference provide you with an excellent opportunity to upgrade your knowledge from different industry experts of welding, design, and project management. Later on, we'll hear from our technical division chair, undoubtedly benefit us all. What's more exciting is that our attendees will have a chance to win raffle items and will receive 3 CPD units for attending this seminar. And yes, you did hear that right. So sit back and take it all in as we bring you another informative and entertaining conference. My name is Yvonne Malikdam from the PSME National, and I am honored that my technical division chairs have recognized me. Thus, let me take this opportunity before the conference begins to congratulate the TD chairs, Engineer Sonny T. Calma of Project Management Technical Division, Engineer Adrian S. Makasakit II of Mechanical Design and Fabrication Technical Division, and Engineer Andy M.D. Pasupil of Welding, Engineering and Management Technical Division. Along with the event coordinators, organizers, and the rest of the team, I congratulate you on another outstanding event for PSME and its members. And here with us to kick off this conference is the Master of Ceremony, known as Coach Meika, She is a swim coach and aquatics administrator in the American School of Doha, a certified coach by the American Swimming Coaches Association, and also a certified lifeguard by Australian Red Cross. She took up multimedia arts and is currently taking up psychology in Southville International College. A self-taught learner who enjoys imparting her knowledge to the point where the more she learns, the more she recognizes how little she knows. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to present to you Ms. Meika Manzano.
Thank you very much for your lovely introduction, Miss Yvonne. It's an honor to be a part of this important event. I'm Meika Manzano, and I'll be your host for today. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the first Technical Joint Conference of Project Management, Technical Division in collaboration with Welding and Engineering Management and Mechanical Design and Fabrication. We're looking forward to hear from the three distinguished technical division speakers to talk about their technical specialization and their field that you will need in the future as you progress in your career. Not only that, we have three more keynote speakers with their inspiring message to motivate our future engineers. We also have exciting raffle prizes and a quiz to make sure that you are taking notes. And for the registered participants, you will gain 3 CPD points from this technical conference. How cool is learning, winning some prizes, and gaining CPD points at the same time, right? The theme of today's seminar is integrating the multidisciplinary expertise of mechanical engineers towards rapid industrialization. And special thanks to our sponsor for making this event possible, R1 Building Services Solution. Moving forward, let me introduce the chairman of this event. He is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering at Adamson University in 2008. A registered mechanical engineer specialized in facilities, operations, maintenance, and management with over 13 years of experience. A certified project management professional, PMPUS, a certified professional facility manager, PRO-FMUS, and currently working as a facility manager for Darwish Interserve. He's currently taking up his master's in project management and a masteral in business administration, MBA at Isabel Universidad, Spain. He's an active member of Toastmaster International, Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers Qatar Chapter, Project Management Institute US, Professional Facility Management Institute US, Project Management Technical Division, PMTD, Governing Board Business Manager and Welding Engineering, Management Technical Division, WEMTD, Governing Board Business Manager. Let us give a round of applause to our conference chairman, Engineer Reynald Ramos, RMEE, PMP.
Am I audible? Clear? Okay, thank you so much for such a wonderful introduction. Our MC, Ms. Meika Manzano. Hello, fellow mechanical engineers, guests, to our students, our future mechanical engineers, to our PSME National President, Engineer Melanie Vanayos, our BFE Technical, Engineer Simon Turno III, and our National BFE Executive, and the 70th NATCOM Chairman, Engineer Loreto Catalan. Thank you to each and everyone for being here with us today. It is my pleasure and honor to be the chairman of our first joint technical conference of the Project Management Technical Division, chaired by Engineer Sunny Calma, the Mechanical Design and Fabrication Technical Division, chaired by Engineer Adrian Makasakit, and the Welding Engineering Management Technical Division, chaired by Engineer Andy Di Pasupil. And before we begin, I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who generously helped me in making this event happen. To my PMTD team, Engineer Lloyd Christian Pineda, which is, they are here with me right now, Engineer Jason Aquino, Engineer Lorenzo Sumilang, Engineer Ian Defensor, Engineer Michael John Miranda, my conference co-chairman. We couldn't have done it without your hard work and full support. Thank you, engineers. Job well done. I know we have a lot of work ahead of us, but it will be rewarding to know that we are serving our beloved society. And of course, to my family, who have always been there to support me. I believe they are watching right now. Furthermore, at today's conference, you will have the opportunity to meet our three brilliant technical speakers, all of which have extensive experience in their respective fields. They will lighten up our day by taking us their various specialties, where you will gain knowledge, and of course, we prepare some raffle prizes for you. Again, mark this day. Today will be fun and full of learning. And finally, before I officially start the conference, I leave you with a Dr. Seuss quote. The more that you read, the more things you will know. And the more that you learn, the more place you will go. Thank you very much, and welcome to our first joint technical conference. Back to you, Ms. Nika, our MC.
Now let's hear from our PMTD chairman, who is known for being energetic, vibrant, and motivating, none other than Engineer Sonny Kalma, MBA, ASEAN Engineer, PMP. The screen is yours, Engineer Sonny.
Right, thank you, Engineer, and good afternoon there in the Philippines. Thank you for attending in this joint technical conference between the three technical divisions, the project management technical divisions, the welding and mechanical design and fabrication by Engineer Adrian. Engineer Adrian, I remember when I was still, new in project management, I contacted him. Surprisingly, he was in Singapore. And we talked about this. We planned this last, I think, December 2021. We already planned this joint. And I'm happy that, voila, it's already here. And also we'd like to thank, of course, the chairman of this conference, Engineer Reynald Ramos, and his co-chair, Engineer Michael. Those are the core ng PMTD. We already empower them now. Voila, they are able to manage a technical conference. Now they become an easy for them. That's good. The project management is all about that. How you manage things, especially this kind of event. Simply they would be able to manage it. So that is the application of project management. And we thank you for attending this and hope that you'll be able to learn, not only just attending, but be able to learn for our speakers who has a lot of experiences in the field of specialization. So I hope that you will be able to learn. And I would like to thank also, if there's an attendance here, NBOD, Engineer Maren, our president is here, President Mel, yeah. And I would like to thank also my core governing board of the Project Management Technical Division, Engineer Lloyd, Engineer Ian, marami pa. Okay, nandiyan lang sila. Thank you very much for supporting this TC. And you know that this TC is having 3 CPD units. So we manage this to get the CPD units. So it's good. And also for our future seminars, we will be having a CPD. And right now, let's say in May 6th, so I think 1 week from now, we will have a seminar about the FIDIC contracts. You know, as an engineer, you have an edge if you know a little bit of a contract. Like, for example, do you know what is meant by red book? So I have red book in FIDIC, and you know what is inside here of the yellow book, right? And also there is a gray book, but it was Xerox, so it's kind of white. So as an engineer, you know, especially if you are a senior engineer and working with the supervision and even in manufacturing, so it's really good to know this kind of stuff, because it's, as a senior, you know also some form of contracts. It helps you to manage, make some decisions. That's really important. Okay, so we have these also have CPT points. That is, mark your calendar, May 6th. I think this is next Friday, and please attend. You will learn. And our speaker, mind you, our speaker is, I think there are only 2 of them, the international in the Southeast, which is accredited FIDIC trainer. So, and luckily, one of them is Mr. Castro. So actually, it's my professor also in FIDIC. He's very good. So you can ask question, no holds bar. Ask him whatever question may be with regards to contract. You can ask him. Okay, so will not be taking too long. I would like to thank you and hope that you enjoy and support the PSME, and also would like to invite you in upcoming, of course, by October, the main event of the PSME, the National Convention 2022 in October. So you have to register now to avail the early birds. We have a lot of how many topics that will be there. For sure, you will going to enjoy, and you know, there will be some surprises also, raffle tickets and a lot, right? So thank you very much and enjoy the day. Back to you, MC.
Thank you for your welcome message, Engineer Sunny. You know, guys, one thing that I realize in my age now is the speakers are speaking in behalf of their decades of experience. If we listen and put all of the messages they share in mind, we will definitely learn from it. Moving forward, now let's call on Engineer Andy Dipasupil, RMEE PMP, our WEMTD Chairman, for a message.
Thank you, Ms.
Screen is yours.
I'm audible? Hello, is I'm audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you, Ms. Mika again. So magandang hapon dyan sa atin, sa Pilipinas. At magandang umaga dito sa Qatar at sa mga taga-Middle East na present ngayon. I would like to recognize our dignitaries. Kasama natin ngayon despite their very busy schedule. Tatlo ata itong event na magkakasabay ngayon. So good afternoon kina National President Melanie Banayos, EVP and NATCON Chair Loreto Catalan, BPT or Technical June Turno, BP for Training and Education, BP Marin, at sa iba pang national boards. Maraming salamat sa inyong support at sa laging pagbibigay ng oras para sa mga events ng ating mga technical divisions. So, this is the first joint technical conference ng PMTD, WMTD at MDFTD. So, sa nasabi nga ni Chairman Sunny, thank you sa aking fellow chairman, Engineer Sunny Calma and Engineer Adrian Makasay, and our respective governing boards. So sa technical conference ng chairman kay Engineer Reynald Ramos and co-chair Engineer Michael Miranda for conceptualizing this event, which is very timely and relevant. Lalo na at nakikita natin na sumisigla na uli ang ating economy and most industries are back to on track. In relation to this, very interesting ang topics na ating mga technical speakers today. They will talk about dynamic designs approach, quality assurance on welding and quality management, which are essential components and different industries. On the part of welding industry, we see continuous growth driven by offshore and onshore oil and gas exploration and pipelines construction projects. In Qatar Energy, dito sa Qatar, example, has just entered into a contract for the North Field expansion project to increase LNG supply. And sa mga ganitong EPCI, which is engineering, procurement, constructions, and installations projects, malaga yung technical know-how natin. Paano gumawa, bumasa, at mag-interpret ng engineering designs. Paano i-manage at i-assure ang quality ng welding activities during the fabrications or construction up to installation. And paano yung quality management ng project ay ma-implement without compromising the cost, time frame, and safety at integrity. So we will get to hear these topics from our very competent speakers today. I hope that all of us will patiently and attentively listen to them, and we We hope that this technical conference can give you added technical knowledge na magagamit ninyo in your respective works. So again, maraming salamat to all our enthusiastic participants. Tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pag-attend at pag-support sa mga activities at technical conferences ng PSME Technical Divisions, chapters, and PSME itself. Mabuhay tayong lahat, mabuhay ang PSME, the home of resilient Filipino mechanical engineers.
Thank you for that message, Engineer Andy. I hope the students are taking notes. The next message will be coming from our MDFTD Chairman and PSME Singapore President, none other than Engineer Adrian Makasaki, RMEE ASEAN Engineer, PMP.
Hello, can you hear me? Can everybody hear me?
You're audible.
Okay, all right. So, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, perhaps. So, I believe na worldwide o global lang natin, ang reach natin. No? When it comes sa PSME, meron tayo sa Middle East, meron tayo, of course, dito sa Southeast Asia, and sa Pilipinas. And I know we also have other sa North America na rin, and Europe. No? So, we are global. No? So, again, nagpapasalamat ako sa mga attendees natin. So for joining our very first joint technical conference with project management technical division and welding engineering management technical division. And sa lahat ng mga students, so students and fellow learners, and of course ating fellow engineers, sa fellow mechanical engineers, and maraming salamat sa pag-attend. So sana natin syempre sa ating mga PSME national leaders, no? So always there to lead us and support us sa ating mga technical conferences, no? Hindi sila nawawala, lagi silang nandiyan at present, no? And always there to inspire us, no? To have this kind of conferences and continue to provide technical knowledge, no? Sa ating mga fellow engineers and future mechanical engineers na rin. So just to talk about lang dito siguro sa ating team, no? Our team for this event is about integrating the multidisciplinary expertise of mechanical engineers towards rapid industrialization. So how did we come about this? I guess because it's relevant siya. It's very relevant in today's world, no? Sa ating environment today. Which is talagang napakabilis na, no? It's really nandun na tayo sa volatile, uncertain, and complex and ambiguous world ngayon, no? So and then everything is very rapid, no? We always have new products, new technologies coming, no? So again, why is this very important, no? I think this collaboration is very important because of the fact that mechanical engineering discipline is very wide, no? Alam naman natin yan. There are many disciplines in this kumbaga sa ating mechanical engineering field. Ngayon, learning how to integrate project management, mechanical design, fabrication, and welding engineering management gives you an edge, no? Especially dun sa mga students natin and also dun sa ating mga practitioners, no? So integrating multidisciplines gives you an edge always in your professional career and personal development. So one example nga, tulad nga, marami tayong topics, no? When it comes to optimization. So mainly is optimization sa mechanical design, no? So we will talk about CFD, no? It's more about optimization and analysis, no? So that's a contributing factor when it comes to quality assurance, no? So welding engineering management, no? So and also yung quality management na rin in agile environment. So this is all part of integrating nitong ating different industry or different fields sa mechanical design. So again, I hope na marami kayong matutunan, and when you learn all this, no? So always apply, no? Always apply in your everyday work, no? Kung saan man, sa personal, sa career. So always apply what you have learned sa mga conferences. And I think that's all sa akin. And enjoy the learning, and again, thank you very much for participating in this joint technical conference.
Thank you, Engineer Adrian Makasaki, for that message. Yeah, he talked about why collaboration is important in our field. And now, for our next speaker, let's welcome Engineer Arshel Bea Bakuli, an engineer, professional mechanical engineer. Engineer Arshel, the screen is yours.
Good afternoon. Okay. PMTD Chairman Sani Calma, WMTD Chairman Andy Di Pasupil, MDFTD Chairman Adrian Makasakit II, Governing Board, officers and students, a pleasant good afternoon. Our 70th NAFCON is getting nearer with theme PSME at 70 and beyond, the home of the resilient mechanical engineers. The PSME is an organization of mechanical engineers in the Philippines founded in 1952 for the purpose of uniting and enjoining the mechanical engineers in the pursuit of continuing professional growth. It was established to serve the Filipino mechanical engineers of various grades, to advance the mechanical engineering profession, and provide sustainability to a changing world. For 70 years, we have experienced a lot of challenges that made us stronger, and this has taught us to become greater and better in our profession. And this we thank to Don Tobias P. Marcelo, our dear founder. So maybe some of you don't know Don Tobias, so lalo sa mga bata pa dyan, mga estudyante natin, siya po yung founder natin. We would also like to acknowledge all our past and present national officers, even to our chapters, to our TD present and past officers, governing board. Through the years, we have chartered 125 chapters, and from NCR alone, we have 23, Luzon 38, Visayas 25, Mindanao 24. We even went international for having 15 chapters. We being leaders, we find time to serve our members even during this hard time. Actually, sa ngayon parang 7 to 8 ang activities ng technical division and chapter. So hiwa-hiwalay kami ngayon national board. Tulong-tulong lang. So that's service. So kailangan talaga natin yon. It is about all our efforts and devotion we do and the act of service we make for our group and our organization. The inspiration we bestow to one another, encouraging one another and motivating one another in lifting our status or level of competencies amidst pandemic. A time for unity, divisions should be forgotten and differences must be put aside. Keep in mind that in unity there is strength, that we are only as strong as we are united, but as weak as we are divided. Remember that there is more in unity than division. Unity is when passionate hearts like our hearts are committed to one vision that they can accomplish the impossible and reach their goals. National leaders, officers, and other members, we may have all come on different ships, but we have one mind and one vision. Unity is victory. When there is teamwork and collaboration, wonderful things can be achieved. Great battles can be won. Our PSME organization makes every effort to keep the spirit of unity through the bond of peace spread to all our chapters, officers, and even our families. We are all mechanical professionals. We should all love and respect our society, build and uplift one another. For peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be attained by understanding. And I knew it. In my heart, the PSME has always been understanding. The joy of peace comes from being able to contribute the best that we have and all that we are towards creating a group that supports everyone. We must not forget the mission of these organizations. which was another meaning of PSME: professionalism, service, motivation, and excellence. Professionalism was strictly shown in every act of each engineer through being efficient and competent in every task we do by having the deadline for every task. Services. No doubt that PSME has acknowledged a lot of people for their services. We have enhanced a lot from science and technology. We have also contributed to the growth in this country. Motivation, I want to include here those who have received their awards like Tommy Awardees, the best chapter, and everything. This has been promoting fellowship, cooperation, nationalism among Filipino mechanical engineers. This recognition helps us to motivate our general membership. Excellence, our mission explains that excellence is to contribute to the advancement of the profession, to global recognition. This means PSME should be playing internationally, the reason why we have chapters outside the country. PSME organization makes every effort to keep the spirit of unity alive by spreading the bond of peace to all of our chapters, officers, and other families. There is no disagreement that can harm us if we agree. We are all mechanical professionals, and we should all care about and respect our society, build and encourage one another. For those who are in the organization for more than 5 years, we want to acknowledge you being part of PSME again. With you, PSME will last for 70 years and beyond, and we will not be able to attain this if without you. We have been in this organization for quite long. Ako lang, 2003 pa ako member ng PSME. So, malapit na ako mag-2 dekadang member ng PSME. We hope to see more of your guidance in the future, for we will be the key of the new and next generation of mechanical engineers. We hope that age will never be a hindrance to us PSME members to learn from each and every one. This time, we are also calling the junior PSME, our students, the new generation. We hope we can continue to perceive and uphold the mission and vision of this organization. Do not be scared to share your ideas, thoughts, and new learnings. We encourage you to show your bravery in opening up new things, because those ideas might be helpful not only to you, but also to all of us. Now that we are on the 70th year, our leaders have taught us a lot of things, and we are not stopping. Throughout the years, we have built the strength that cannot be broken with just a snap. Our purpose is holding us up. We have a long list of objectives, and those objectives are not yet complete. We aim to complete it, even if this task is more than years, because we are the home of resilient Filipino mechanical engineers. Lastly, we always have to seek guidance from the Lord so that we could perform this task. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
Pakuli, National Vice President, Internal. Am I audible? All right, and just for your information, students, please fill out the form in the chat box for your attendance and for record. Again, please fill out the form that's provided in the chat box for your attendance and for our record. Now moving on, All right, and the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers Incorporated, Project Management Technical Division, Welding Engineering Management Technical Division, Mechanical Design and Fabrication Technical Division awards this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Arsheli R. Bakuli, PME, for her valuable contribution as inspirational speaker in the first joint technical conference with the theme Integrating the Multidisciplinary Expertise of Mechanical Engineers Towards Rapid Industrialization, held virtually via Zoom conference on the 30th day of April 2022. This is signed by Engineer Simon P. Turno III, PSME BP Technical, Engineer Andy Dipasupil, WEMTD Chairman, Engineer Sonny Kalma, PMTD Chairman, Engineer Feliciano C. Perater Jr., PSME National Secretary, and Engineer Adrian Makasaki, MDFTD Chairman.
Thank you. Pa-correct lang yung ano ko ha, spelling. Thank you.
Right, and yeah, this event is brought to you by R1 Building Services Solution. R1 BSS specializes in testing and commissioning and testing, adjusting, and balancing for all types of buildings, whether new construction, renovation, or refurbishment. And to show the company presentation, may we call on Engineer Carlene, PMTD Assistant Secretary, to introduce our technical sponsor speaker.
Thank you, Madam. Hi, everybody. Pleasure is all mine to introduce our first speaker today, who will be introducing to us the company who has played a big role in this technical conference, R1 Building Services Solutions. Let me start off with introducing Engineer Reginald Juan. Engineer Juan is a graduate from Apuba Institute of Technology for Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering. Also, ASHRAE Building Commissioning Professional, Qualified Lead AP BB+C, Incorporated Engineer, a member of Institution of Mechanical Engineer, and also a member of ASHRAE. Engineer Reggie has over 20 years of extensive experience in the field of building services for mechanical, electrical, plumbing, design, construction management, and commissioning. More than 10 years of his experiences were from overseas projects such as Hamad International Airport and Museum of Islamic Arts in Qatar, and world-class casinos Wynn Palace and Wynn Resort in Macau. Let's all welcome Engineer Reginald G1.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Engineer Reynald for inviting us to be one of the sponsors. Thank you, Engineer Reynald. And thank you for the 3 technical divisions, PMT, the Welding Engineering Technical Division, and the Mechanical Design Technical Division for inviting us. So basically, I would just like to introduce our company. So R1 Building Services, as what we have, based on the introduction, we specializes in testing and commissioning, testing, adjusting, and balancing, and energy assessment for buildings. Can you please, next slide, please? Sorry. Next slide, please. So we just started 2023 during the pandemic period, and luckily we were able to secure projects. And basically, R1 Building Services strives to provide innovative, valuable, and correct solutions in all aspects of the client's customer needs. Our focus is always the final outcome to ensure that every client is presented with fully operational and efficient facilities which meet or exceed the owner's expectations. Next slide, please. So our services, testing and commissioning management. So we at R1 Building Services offer full commissioning management. So our services involves commissioning plans and reports, commissionability review, construction submittal reviews, factory witness testing, installation verification, equipment startup observation and review, pre-functional and functional performance testing, integrated system testing, facility operation and maintenance personnel training, recommissioning and retro-commissioning, lead fundamental commissioning, and lead enhanced commissioning. Next slide, please. So basically, what is testing and commissioning? So testing and commissioning is a quality-focused process for enhancing the delivery of a project. So this process focuses on verifying, documenting that system assemblies have been planned, designed, installed, tested, operated to meet the owner's project requirements. So basically, as a mechanical engineer, commissioning, we as mechanical engineering plays a vital role in the commissioning process because most systems that needs full commissioning are really the mechanical systems, especially in a typical building. So for example, we have chillers, pumps, then even the plumbing pumps, it's still our scope as a commissioning, as a mechanical engineer. Then we have the ventilation system, air conditioning system. So as a mechanical engineer, commissioning is one of our, isa sa mga department or isa sa mga system or isang services na kailangan nating matutunan. Next slide, please. So there are types of commissioning. We have whole building, lead commissioning, and existing building commissioning. So for the whole building, it typically involves the MEPF system plus the enclosures such as doors, windows, roof, and the ELV system. Then we have lead commissioning, which focuses on building energy system, MEP, and renewable energy system. And we have the existing building commissioning, which is for those buildings that were not commissioned or were commissioned but not properly commissioned. So there are issues on these buildings. That's why we require existing building commissioning. Next slide, please. Hello? Next slide, please. Sorry. Hello? So this one shows the commissioning process. So basically, commissioning should be involved during the pre-design, then the design, then the construction, then occupancy and operation stage. So, but basically, sometimes some projects does not require commissioning to be on board on the early onset of the project. So, for example, here in Philippines, sometimes commissioning are hired during the construction stage. So, we, as a commissioning agent, a part of our scope is to review the design drawing. So, if we are onboarded on the construction stage, we still need to review the drawings, but what will happen is that there may be changes if those FCD or those design drawings will not be able to meet the commissioning. So this is the commissioning process that is usually done by our company. Next slide, please. So what are the benefits of commissioning? So reduction of change orders and additional claims. That's why this is one of the benefits. So that's why it's better to onboard early on so that the drawings can be reviewed and we can reduce the change order during the construction. Fewer deficiencies at substantial completion. Then manage startup procedures, less post-occupancy corrective work, better operation, maintenance, and reliability, lower energy and operation cost, complete and useful documentation, then you will have a more knowledgeable O&M staff. Next slide, please. Then another services that we offer is testing, adjusting, and balancing. So we offer full tab services and we have complete instruments. We do pre-construction plan review, HVAC system surveys, indoor air quality, tab quality control and tab verification, air balancing, hydronic balancing, controls verification, final life safety testing, air change verification, and performance tests for HVAC equipment. So basically, tab is really a mechanical engineering job. So this is basically where we will be focusing on the HVAC, the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. Next slide, please. So what is TAB? TAB is the art of establishing air and water flows to meet design criteria. So the process of heat testing and balancing the heating, ventilating, and air conditioning system and subsystems to perform at design intent and operate at optimum level. Next slide, please. So why balance? So any terminal overflow increases energy cost associated in running fans or pumps, and any decrease in flow reduces the maximum heating or cooling at the design condition. So for example, if you will see the schematic diagram, all terminals should be balanced at 10 liters per second. But if your furthest or the most remote terminal is only having a flow of 5 liters per second, magkakaroon ng starve dun sa system. So, pag nagkaroon siya ng starve, it will not perform. The unit will not perform, so hindi niya makukuha yung tamang lamig dahil dun sa less flow yung nasa kanya. Next slide, please. So once you balance, these are the benefits. So it reduces energy cost and increase indoor occupant comfort. So in reduce energy cost, since your pumps will run based only on the flow, and it will not run to overflow or to provide less flow to the equipment. Next slide, sir. Then another services is our building energy assessment. So we offer data gathering, facility audit, inspection. Then we provide reports, energy conservation measures. Next slide, please. So facility assessments identify significant opportunities for improving energy efficiency and reducing energy expenses. So basically, these are ginagawa namin to for buildings that are already operational. Then if the building has some issues, for example, high energy cost or merong mga issues like occupant, nagre-reklamo dahil hindi lumalamig or masyadong mataas yung kanilang kuryente. So building energy assessment is one of the ways that we can verify if the building is still performing based dun sa nung na-commission siya early on after the construction. So what included in our offer is data gathering. So we meet with the owner to become familiar with the facility and targeted areas of concern, develop a specific assessment plan, review as-built drawings, control schemes, energy data, and operational information, gather, assess facility utility bills and usage reports, and customize equipment checklist for the facility. Next slide, please. Then, as part of our services, ito nga yung facility audit inspection. Then we will perform site visit, conduct interviews with the operational staff, key occupants, and the facility owner, conduct facility inspections, to collect major equipment data. So we will be performing data gathering using instruments to make reading and make sure that the system is operating. Then produce a written report of gathered data and prioritize recommendations for energy conservation measures. So after magkaroon ng reading, we will provide a report detailing yung energy conservation measures. We will identify low cost to no cost improvements. Then if still required by the client, we will conduct a more thorough audit that will require capital investment. Next slide, sir. So benefits of building energy assessment, improve facility reliability and efficiency, estimate, plan, and budget for repairs, replacement, and other deferred maintenance costs, better account of remaining life of mechanical, electrical, and general building systems, compliance with new building code requirements and standards, enhance safety, and promote cost savings. Next slide, please. So in choosing your services provider, kailangan natin knowledge of design process, knowledge of construction process, MEP ELB system experience, control system experience, then broad knowledge in building systems, and of course, ability to communicate. Next slide, please. So why choose R1 Building Services Solution? So we at R1, we have certified professionals that come from different certifying bodies like ASHRAE in US and CSA from UK. We also have lead AP certified professionals now, and our core team has combined total experience of more than 50 years. Next slide, please. So this is our contact information, just in case. Next slide, please. So thank you. That's all for our company presentation. And thank you again for inviting us.
All right, thank you for the informative company presentation, Engineer Reginald Juan. That's something that our future engineers will be looking forward to. And as a token of appreciation, we would like the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers Incorporated First Joint Technical Conference awards this plaque of appreciation to R1 Building Services Solutions for providing outstanding support as a silver sponsor during First Joint Technical Conference of PMTD, WEMTD, and MDFTD. Signed by Engineer Melanie P. Banayos, Engineer Feliciano C. Pirater, Engineer Sonny Calma, and Engineer Reynald Ramos. And we would like to recognize the presence of the following: Engineer Marin Eric De Luna, the VP Training and Education, Engineer John D. Jimenez, Chairman, CUC, and Engineer Felizardo S. Camilon Jr., Bulacan State University. And the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers Incorporated, Project Management Technical Division, Welding Engineering Management Technical Division, Mechanical Design and Fabrication Technical Division awards this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Reginald G. Juan, General Manager, for his valuable contribution as technical speaker in the first Joint Technical Conference with the theme Integrating the Multidisciplinary Expertise of Mechanical Engineers Toward Rapid Industrialization, held virtually via Zoom conference on the 30th day of April 2022. This is signed by Engineer Melanie P. Banayos, PSME National President, Engineer Simon P. Turno III, PSME BP Technical, Engineer Feliciano C. Pirater Jr., PSME National Secretary, Engineer Andy Dipasupil, WEMTD Chairman, Engineer Sonny Calma, PMTD Chairman, and Engineer Adrian Makasaki, MDFTD Chairman. All right, guys, are you ready to make a memory? And by memory, I mean photo shoot. Do you need a minute to freshen up, like comb your hair, practice your smile? All right, everyone, get ready. All right, in 3, 2. All right, okay, let's wait until everyone open their camera. All right, okay. All right, okay, so for the photo shoot, let me call on Engineer Michael Miranda, RME, to facilitate the photo shoot.
Please open all your camera and then take your big smile. Okay, we have 5 slides right now. Okay, 3, 2, 1 on our first slide. Smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. And on our second slide, 3, 2, 1, smile. And on our third slide, 3, 2, 1, smile. And our fourth slide, 1, 2, 3, smile. And our fifth slide, 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, our photo shoot for the first session is done. So thank you.
Thanks for all your Instagrammable smile, everyone. Right now, let's move on to one of the highlights of this event. To introduce our first technical speaker, may we call on Engineer Kenneth Lubong, PMTD IT Director. Engineer Kenneth, the Zoom floor is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to everyone. I would like to acknowledge the present, first of all, our PSME President, Ma'am Melanie Banayos, to the Technical Division Chairman of this event, Engineer Sani Calma, Engineer Adrian Makasakit, and Engineer Andy De Pasupil, and the conference chairman. To introduce our first resource speaker, our resource speaker is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering at President Ramon Magsaysay State University. He started exploring the learning basic of computational fluid dynamics, CFD, way back in high school years using free versions of available various softwares. He started using CFD as complemented to architectural renderings as a service focusing on outdoor and indoor ventilation. He used CFD as a design tool for college project study and research focused on heat transfer and fluid flow. He is an active member of PSME Makati chapter and Ashway Philippine chapter. He is an experienced and dedicated mechanical engineer with more than 3 years of multidiscipline training and technical design background in HVAC systems. Currently, he is studying and taking up multiple distant learning education, specialization in data science, modeling, and optimization. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow engineers, I am honored and humbled to introduce our first resource speaker, Engineer Nick Johnson Fernandez.
Hello, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the introduction. Is my audio clear po ba, Miss MC? Okay
Yes,
po ba yung
you are audible, Engineer Johnson.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for everyone na attend ng conference na ito, and also to the organizers. Would like to thank you for inviting me to at least again share my knowledge in CFD. Also to share with you how CFD can be very useful on our designs and as a mechanical engineer as a whole. Okay, so I will be just sharing my screen. Let me know if you see my screen already. Wait a second. Can you see my screen, Miss MC? Can you confirm?
We can. Yeah, we can see your screen.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. So again, our topic for today, or our discussion for today, is CFD modeling and analysis as a dynamic design approach for our designs and works here as a mechanical engineer. So we will be focusing this topic will be focusing on the application of CFD modeling in the design industry. So pag-uusapan natin ngayon is paano natin ipapasok o i-integrate ang CFD sa design industry. I think in other countries like sa Middle East, no, Singapore, CFD is very common na sa kanila. No, but one of my personal parang agenda is to uplift yung CFD here in the Philippines, because even though CFD is starting to take its step here in the Philippines, but still CFD is not very common pa sa atin. And in many years na gumagamit ako ng CFD and FEA sa aking mga designs, it is really helpful on how kung paano ko nakikita yung mga design flaws or mga items na hindi natin basta-basta nakikita when it comes to hand calculation or typical design workflows. Okay, again, I am Nick Johnson Fernandez. I am the lead design and CFD engineer of Design Simulations Department of RB Sanchez PME Consultants and Associates Incorporated. So we'll be starting. The outline of the presentation is I will be sharing you a short background of what is CFD, and also sharing with you what is the CFD-based design, or basically the simulation based or simulation-driven design, yun yung ibang tawag nila. And I will be sharing you one actual case study, one of my projects that uses CFD talaga on a larger scale. And we use this simulation-driven design study to correct or to optimize yung buong planta. Okay, I will be sharing you it is just a short case study na ma-share ko sa inyo and I will also be giving you another case studies, share you other case studies na other design industry naman, no. Okay, so what is CFD? What is the general definition of CFD? CFD is a process of mathematical modeling that is used to simulate and analyze fluid flows with or without solid interaction. The process is carried by brute force in iteration of different general fluid flow equations that are required for the certain case study. So to make the long story short, CFD is a process talaga siya ng modeling. Na modeling technique natin siya to determine the flow of fluid on a certain area or a certain space or a certain design na gusto natin. CFD is everywhere, no? Fluid flow basically is everywhere. So technically CFD is everywhere. Kahit na anong makikita natin na nagfo-flow na fluid, you can already consider that's na pwede mong gamitan ng CFD. You can predict it as in CFD. But always ma-share ko sa inyo later, no, when and when not to use CFD, no, and what are the advantages and disadvantages also of CFD, no. Hindi naman din parang you can say perfect tool ang CFD for our design, but it is really a very helpful tool on our design workflows, no, lalo na sa mga large scale workflows. And fluid flow application, as I said, no, it is everywhere. Water flows on a ship hull, no, on offshore applications, lalo na sa isang project ko ngayon na offshore application ng ship. Water flowing from a dam, no, yung mga hydro dams natin, pag spill water tayo, water spilling tayo for example, overflowing, no? How are we going to design the tailings dam, the spill dams, sludge collections for a sedimentation basin, no? For example, multi-phase naman, no? Paano kapag naipon yung mga sludges sa ilalim ng isang basin, how are we going to design the basin so that we will not be doing frequent maintenance of the basins, no? Something like that. Or a simple HVAC, no? Air conditioning of a theater hall, no? Paano natin maiiwasan yung cold spot, paano natin maiiwasan yung may hot spot, paano natin maiiwasan yung medyo mabibilis na velocities and across the sections of the theater halls or any spaces, no, for in general HVAC, no? Clean rooms also, no? Yan, no? Diyan po papasok typically ang CFD, no? Also aerodynamic cars for outdoors, no? Aerodynamic cars, combustions, aeronautics, no? Aeronautics, naval, and everything. So, in short, we engineers study fluid flows for our designs and optimization. So we do it on the design, then we do again CFD to optimize. No, doon pumapasok si CFD, and that is the long and the short version of the CFD. And CFD, what is CFD? No, ano ba yung pinaka ginagawa talaga niya? Is on the technical term, is yung problem natin, our engineering problem will be breaking it down or transforming it into a mathematical model. No, yung physical problem natin or yung physical model natin, we will be translating it or transforming it into a mathematical model wherein pwede natin siyang i-calculate or pwede natin siyang ipaintindi dun sa computer natin. Kasi CFD is done by supercomputers or computers or processors. So tayo, naiintindihan natin yung problem on the real world basis, but we have to convert it something na naiintindihan dapat ng mga processors natin, ng mga solvers natin. And doon papasok yung trabaho din natin as an engineer, as an CFD engineer. No, doon papasok kung para natin ipapaintindi sa kanila. We should be a teacher to them. So this as CFDs, no. And ngayon, no, nagkakaroon na ng mga bagong development sa mga simulations based, no. Andiyan na yung artificial intelligence, andiyan na yung machine learning wherein you just put many trainings, no, doon sa iyong model, ito yung sa iyong solver. And later on, alam niya na kung anong gagawin niya. You don't need to put everything from scratch every time. No, ganun nakabilis, no, yung technology natin ngayon. But we will be stepping first on the first basis, no, ng CFD. Yung talagang kailangan natin ipaintindi dun sa solver natin kung ano yung gusto nating mangyari, ano yung gusto nating result. Okay? And yun nga, we will be transforming, no, that's CFD, no? Transformation of a physical model to a mathematical model. Then this model would be discretized by our solver, no? Hihimay-himayin niya yan. So aalamin niya yung mga physics, no? Kung ano yung ibibigay mo sa kanyang physics, kung ano yung ibibigay mo sa kanyang requirements, no? So yun yung pagsisimulan niya na basis on how the solver is going to manipulate everything, and so that maglalabas siya ng result na gusto natin, yung goal natin, yung goal result natin. And it may be a minimum amount of physics like a simple flow of water in a tube, or even a high complex calculation of a multi-phase physics that, for example, an erosion of a seashore, no? So ganun malawak talaga ang kayang hawakan ng CFD, no? It is very vast, no, very broad ang range na, and sometimes ang limitation is on the user experience. The limitation is on us engineers. So normally CFDs talaga is kailangan you have also equipped with the right knowledge. Hindi pwedeng marunong ka lang mag-programming or marunong ka lang magpasok ng model sa CFD application. Hindi 'yon sapat. No, kailangan ikaw mismo alam mo kung ano yung sinosolve mo. Yun yung isa sa requirement talaga na isang CFD. And you can say it is the advantage or even the disadvantage of CFD because it would require the knowledge of the user itself. Okay? Kasi kailangan may paintindi sa kanya yung gusto niyang gawin. So I will just give you a very, very short, brief history of CFD. CFD started in the 19th century, 1910. So dyan nagsimula ma-improve or ma-improve yung ating mga mathematical models and the numerical methods. So the Newton raptions, bisection methods, if you still remember those in the numerical methods natin, dun nagsimula yung mga yun. And because those are the basis of CFD. CFD is an approximate solution, no? Hindi naman yung exact solution. Walang perfect na CFD. As far as I know. No? Wala naman eh. Kasi CFD is depending on many parameters. So technically, the more you put the parameters given by the real world, the more accurate the CFD would be. But the more you simplify the problem, the more the result would be farther. The accuracy of the result would be farther than the actual realistic result na mangyayari talaga. But nonetheless, all of those are calculated using numerical methods. Okay? And 30 years after, nagsimula na sila mag-generate ng numerical simulations. So dyan na nagsimula yung parang the basis of numerical simulations, computer-based simulations. And pinasok nila yon sa computer. If you remember ENIAC computers, no? So doon na sila nagsimula, mag-start ng computer-based simulation. Then 10 years after ulit, nagkaroon na ng first na model study ang Los Alamos National Laboratory using the Navier-Stokes equation, which is the basis of equation when it comes to fluid flow, the Navier-Stokes equation. And after 10 years ulit, mayroon ng paper na lumabas na na-publish. 10 years again, no? Diyan na nagsimula yung mga codes, no, mga commercial codes natin. Diyan na nagsimula ang NASA, ang Boeing, Military of Defense of the US, no, many other big institutions no nag-aaral ng very large scale applications of fluid flow. So sila talaga yung isa sa mga nagsimula ng development ng codes natin. And in 1990, 2000, something like that, doon na talaga nag-start ang mga commercial codes. Doon na talaga nagkaroon ng high validated na mga data and equations and methods for CFD. 2000 na talaga. And until now, so medyo mas magaganda na yung mga solvers natin. Mas accurate na sila. Mas correct na yung mga equations because it is validated through the years. And itong mga solvers na to are kumbaga brute force na talaga yung kaya nilang gawin. Kumbaga talagang robust na in some way itong mga solvers natin. Okay? And nabanggit ko kanina, no? What are the governing equations of CFD? So we will be going to the basics of CFD. Governing equations of CFD is the Navier-Stokes equation, and it has been established by Claude Louis Navier. No, it's just a history. George Gabriel Stokes. Pero ang pinaka-equation is nagsimula kay Leonard Euler. No? So papakita ko sa inyo mamaya yung equation. And NS equation or the Navier-Stokes equation is basically for the viscous fluid domains, and it is partial differential equation. So ganon kalakas yung mga computers natin na talagang nagka-calculate sila ng partial differential equations at every element of the way. Okay? And this is the Navier-Stokes equation in two forms. Okay? I will be just sharing you at least a cool fun fact. Okay? This one is the Euler's equation. Ito si Euler. Ito lang naman yung dinagdag dyan ni Navier. No? Ito lang. And this one is the viscous term. This is the viscous Laplacian term of the Navier-Stokes. So dati kasi yung kay Euler, ang kino-consider niya lang niya fluid flow lang. No, pressure gradient lang, velocity gradient lang, then pressure gradient lang, no? Laplacian gradient lang, partial differentiation, and yung pressure gradient lang. Now, sinama kasi ni Navier yung viscosity. So now, on the NS equations, sa Navier-Stokes equations, mas considered na yung viscosity. Because as we know, di ba, viscosity really takes a factor, no, dun sa ating fluid flow. The more the viscous of fluid, syempre iba yung fluid pattern yan, iba yung flow pattern yan. So yun yung nadagdag sa Navier-Stokes equation, sa Euler's equation, so that tinawag na siyang Navier-Stokes equation. Okay, I will not be dwelling on that, and I will just give you at least an idea or the basics of CFD on other governing equations in general. Okay, in general, there are three basic equations for the law of conservation one of the three is the continuity equation. Okay, so remember these three, no? Remember these three equations: the conservation of mass or the continuity equation. So ibig sabihin, di ba? Mass in equals mass out. No, ganun lagi. Ganun naman talaga dapat tayo mag-compute. No? Mass in equals mass out. It doesn't matter kung isa lang ang nilabas, ang outlet point mo dyan, or dalawa ang inlet point mo, or whatsoever. As long as the mass coming in should be the total of the mass coming out. Then, the conservation of momentum, or the Newton's second law. No? For the momentum, it considers velocity. No? Kasi momentum is, meron siyang effect ng mass and velocity. So here, they consider the velocity na. Then, conservation of energy, no? Or the first law of thermodynamics, or the energy equation, or on what we call. No, dito pumapasok lahat ng types of energy. No, dito na kahit conversion man yan ng energy. Wherein, dito na pumapasok yung heat, no? Heat energy, no, thermal, everything, no, potential, kinetic, no, even blast, no, dito pumapasok. So in summary, there are three constants: the mass, the momentum, and the energy. Always remember, CFD always goal na i-balance itong tatlong to. So sometimes CFD nagkakamali. Kumbaga parang nag-error siya, hindi siya magbibigay ng results sa'yo kapag hindi niya na-balance yung tatlo. It is possibly because mali yung in-input natin or sobra yung in-input natin, wherein nagiging contradict na yung mga input na binigay natin na hindi niya nakaya, hindi niya mabalance yung tatlong equation. Okay? So, dito kasi umiikot talaga ang CFD lamang sa tatlong base equations na to. And the Newton's second law is one of the parang isa sa nagpe-play ng factor dyan, si Newton's second law. No, kasi si continuity equation normally nababalance siya kagad yan. No? Pero si momentum, no, minsan siya talaga yung laging nagpapasakit ng ulo sa mga solvers natin. Okay? So we have three methods of CFD process, no? I think this three, you know this three, the three approaches of CFD process. First is the analytical methods, wherein ito yung tinatawag nating hand calculation, so yung mano-manong calculation. Ano yung mga ginagawa sa analytical methods? Normally ito yung mga nakikita natin sa mga academe, no? Sa mga fluid mechanics natin sa academe, no? For example, if the flow on the inlet is 5 kilograms per second and the pressure is ganito, tapos merong elevation ng tube, what is the pressure and what is the velocity on the outlet? Those are the analytical methods. So yun yung mga kayang isolve ng hand, no? And we don't really think yung mga state points sa gitna ng mga points na yun. So ang mahalaga lang sa atin yung point 1 and yung point 2. We don't need the midpoint of point 1 and point 2. No, ang mahalaga lang sa atin yung in and out. So those are the analytical methods. Okay? Then we have the experimental method. Experimental method are the actual testing. Yung ginagawa naman natin na parang meron tayong laboratories na talagang gagawin natin siya. However, experimental methods are very cost expensive and time consuming. Lalo na kung medyo malaki yung ano mo, yung ginagawa mo design, you cannot do experimental methods. Why? Because it would really cost you a lot for the prototypes. 'Di ba? So, yun yung nagiging limitation ng experimental. Hindi mo pwedeng gawin basta-basta experimental kahit na mag-scales ka. 'Di ba? And doon nagsisimulang pumasok si numerical methods. Pag hindi mo kayang isolve ng analytical, pero masyado namang malaki para sa experimental, papasok si numerical dyan. Because numerical can solve complex problems. Kahit gaano pa ka-complex yan, kaya niya isolve yan. Basta kaya mong ipaintindi sa kanya. Yun lang ang rule. No, kailangan ipaintindi mo sa kanila. And numerical methods, pag pumasok na si numerical methods, complex kaya niya, edi okay na tayo sa analytical. And kaya niya yung mga malalaking scale because you will be just modeling it. No? I-model mo lang siya sa computer. It doesn't matter kung gaano kalaki yan. So kayang-kaya yan ng numerical methods. And again, what is the negative naman nun? No? The more na malaki yung model mo, the more na kailangan mo ng mas malakas na processing power. Kailangan mo ng mas malakas na server or supercomputers. No? Doon naman yung limitation lang. No? Ang limitation niya, hardware. Sabihin, kung meron kang PC na napakalakas, and I think marami naman na ngayon sa Pilipinas, no? And I'm using also one of a server talaga, no? Sa amin, gumagamit kami ng servers talaga. 48 cores, mga ganyan na mga supercomputers. So that you can cater both extremities. You can do analytical na mahirap, you can do experimental. And yun yung pinaka-advantage, most advantage talaga ng numerical methods. Okay? So later on, I will be sharing you how advantageous numerical methods. And hopefully, meron kayong mga tanong and I will be glad to answer all of your questions later. Again, what are the advantages and limitations of CFD? First, advantage. Cheaper than experimental. That's correct. No, I have discussed it. It is much cheaper because you would be only dealing with modeling. No? So, i-model mo lang yan yung prototype mo or even yung full scale mo. It doesn't matter. Kaya yan ipasok sa numerical. It can handle complex problems than analytical. Then provides extensive result details. So provides extensive result details. Kahit anong gusto mong result, ibibigay niya sa'yo. What's the rule again? Kailangan ipaintindi mo sa kanya ano yung gusto mong result. Kasi kung naintindihan niya yung result na gusto mo, o ano yung gusto mong makita sa dulo, bibigay niya sa'yo yan. That's the only thing. No? That's the only rule. And it can provide you the result nga na real world. No? What's the catch? No? What's the catch ng provide simulations nearly accurate to the real world? Kailangan lahat ng parameters or lahat ng variables on the real world as much as possible, mailagay mo. Ma-input mo doon sa solver mo. So, like I told you before, the more simpler the model, the more na less accurate yung the less the accurate the result. So the more na magdagdag ka ng variable, the closer it is on the actual result, on the real world result. So yun yung advantages niya. And yun nga, you can do unlimited amount of case study. No, gusto mong ilipat yung for example sa building na lang, no? Building design, wind load. Yan yung mga normally ginagawa ko wind load. So for example, ililipat ni architect yung column niya or tsaka ni structural. Tayo sa HVAC for example, magugulo yung ducting design natin or magugulo yung flow ng hangin natin sa isang corridor or sa hall natin or sa space natin, sa ballroom space natin. So sa atin, okay lang. Sige, i-move mo lang. Kasi hindi ko kailangan gumawa ng prototype. i-edit ko lang yan sa model ko and I will run the CFD again. Then from there, malalaman ko, merong negative adverse effect. So I will be adjusting my design and everything. No, same goes with wind load. Inikot ni architect Conti yung yung mga shapes yung geometric shape ng buong building. So gusto nilang i-angle ng around 5 degree, no? Lahat ngayon nagbago. Ngayon, doon papasok na naman yung CFD. Titignan natin yung wind load, tignan natin yung natural ventilation, tignan natin yung exhaust ng mga equipment natin. Kung mag-short circuit ba, no? Doon papasok lahat yung CFD, and that is the most advantage of CFD also. It can give you unlimited amount of case study. It's okay. No? But what are the disadvantages? Ano yung kalakip nito na disadvantages? It is time consuming na halos kapantay niya experimental. Why? Because kung gusto mo talaga ng real world, so ilalagay mo lahat ng variable. So mas tatagal yung modeling mo. Yun lang naman yung ibig sabihin nun. So sometimes it will require you time to model exactly your problem. Okay? But yun nga, sabi nga natin, we have disadvantages with that time consuming. Then, unrealistic result, sabi ko nga sa inyo, kung hindi tama yung pagka-verify ninyo, pag hindi tama yung pagka-verify ninyo, maaaring hindi tama yung result na ibigay sa inyo ng CFD. And you would not know that kung hindi ka experienced na user. That is why I always say, CFD kailangan marunong yung user. That is the one major source of error in CFD. Kailangan yung user mismo experience enough on ano yung sinosolve niya. Okay? Then, yan nga, sabi ko kanina, limited siya ng capability ng yung physical resources. So, the more na mas malalaki yan, yung sinosolve mo, pollution man yan, multi-phase man yan, whatsoever, kailangan, it would require you a certain amount of physical resource. No, computer mo, hard drive mo, processor mo, i7, i5, i9, whatsoever, gaano kataas yung RAM mo, no? Ganon, basta ganon yung mangyayari. Yun yung i-require lang sa'yo na CFD. Okay? So, what are the industry applications? No, for example, alam na natin yung basics ng CFD. What are the industry applications of CFD? First is water and wastewater industry. I will be sharing you the case study would be focusing on water and wastewater industry. Number 2, ventilation, smoke pollution, no? Coastal engineering, building structures, no, more on ito medyo mga civil type yung dating nito. No, partners natin lagi dito civil structural. Aerodynamics and aerospace, turbo machineries, no, pumps, design ng pumps, turbines, mga ganyan. So doon papasok din sa CFD dyan. Thermal management or heat transfer, most likely nakikita natin to sa mga data centers, on the larger scale data centers, server rooms. On the small scale, circuitries, no, electronics, doon papasok ang CFD. No, small and large scale, doon sila papasok. Then combustion engineering, no. It can also cater combustion engineering, internal combustion man yan ng boilers and whatsoever. Pasok naman ang CFD dyan. No? Okay. And with these applications, for example, what are the software? What are the software that can we use? No? Depends on what is your capability, what is your requirement, and what is your goal? No, parang ganun. In general, ANSYS Fluent is very, very user-friendly. Okay, I'm not telling parang wala akong sinasa dito but ANSYS for beginners are very useful. Okay, ANSYS Fluent is very user-friendly. Yun pala yung term, user-friendly. No? Autodesk CFD is also user-friendly in some way kasi medyo integrative siya sa mga AutoCAD and everything natin. Yun yung ginagamit natin pang model, pang drawing, no, pang plan. So maganda rin si AutoCAD CFD. But COMSOL Multiphysics, medyo depth medyo deep na yung ano niyan, yung mga solvers niyan. SimScale is one of a good software. Actually, hindi siya software, web-based kasi siya. So technically, sa internet lang siya. So web browser lang siya. Doon ka nagmo-model, doon ka naggagawa ng CFD mo, whatsoever. Gamit mo yung license nila. So binabayaran mo na lang sila per oras. Okay? So same goes with this, SimCenter, Alter HyperWorks, SolidWorks, no? Inventor, no? They have modules, no? Itong dalawa, SolidWorks and Inventor, may mga modules yan. FDS. No, ginagamit namin normally yung FDS pag specific sa fire, no? Fire dynamic simulation eh. No, fire and smoke. No, FDS, yan ang ginagamit namin normally kasi yung module niya focus diyan sa ganyang application, fire dynamics. OpenFOAM. Okay. So, I am using OpenFOAM on most of my projects talaga, no, even before. But the problem in OpenFOAM, kung gaano ka user-friendly si ANSYS, ganon ka hindi user-friendly si OpenFOAM. Because OpenFOAM is what are you seeing, Miss MC? In my PC, in my screen, what are you seeing? Ano po nakikita ninyo sa screen ko ngayon? You may black?
Command prompt lang.
Ay, command prompt. Yeah. This is OpenFOAM. So yung pinapakita sa inyo ngayon is OpenFOAM na mismo. No, I am using an command prompt to operate OpenFOAM. So for example, I will be sharing you parang sample ng project namin. So see, ganyan lang namin gamitin yung OpenFOAM. So that is how parang hindi ka user-friendly ang OpenFOAM. But, no, syempre, baka sabihin nyo, sinisiraan ko si OpenFOAM eh. No? Pero, si OpenFOAM naman is very tailor-fitting. Ibig sabihin, kung ano ang gusto mo ipagawa sa kanya, kaya niya gawin. No? Basta ibigay mo lang sa kanya yung information. No? Kasi open source siya and wala siyang license. Libre kasi siya. Okay, wala siyang license eh. But the problem, yun yung counterpart niya. Kailangan marunong ka parang aralin mo yung programming language niya. ANSYS Fluent on the other hand, hindi ka na mahihirapan, pindot ka lang ng pindot. But the problem is, una, license, yung gastos sa license. Pangalawa is, tawag dito, yung module niya is segregated. Kumbaga, kung ang kailangan mo, combustion, may module yan na hiwalay. Pag fluent flow, may hiwalay yan na module. And that is the good thing in ANSYS naman. No, focus ka sa isang bagay. And for me, no, kung tatanungin niyo kagad sa akin what with software to use as a beginner, I would be recommending to you to use ANSYS Fluent. No, at least on the first. Okay? And you can try other naman, no, walang problema. And these are not just the software, marami pang iba. No, marami, sobrang dami pa. Okay? So we will be going to the CFD-based design. We'll be going to the CFD-based design, and I will be bibilisan ko lang to. So typical conceptual design. Okay. How are we going to incorporate simulation-based approach in our design process? So those blue, yung nakikita niyong blue, yan yung design workflow normal design workflow sa industry. So gagawa ka ng conceptual design, then magbe-baseline data ka. So yan na yung mga baseline data calculation natin. No, for example, then kung prototypeable siya, sabihin pwede mo i-prototype ka, no? Then check mo, 'di ba? Experimental 'yun kapag wala pa tayong CFD, experimental prototyping 'yun. So, tatry natin yung mga ganitong cases, then full scale model ka na. Pag okay na yung prototype mo, nakapag-ayos ka na, so gagastos ka talaga sa prototype niyan, no? Palit ka ng sensors, bibili ka pa ng sensors, bibiliin ka pa ng mga data acquisition devices, full-scale model, then design, final complete. No, this is just general. No? Alam ko marami tayong iba-ibang workflow. But doon papasok yung CFD, yung mga dilaw. Pagtapos mo ng conceptual design, magsi-CFD baseline modeling ka. Then, doon ka magsisimula mag-experimentation. No? Then, experimentation, pag nakita mo na from there at nagtugma yung real world data dun sa CFD data, in some way, verifiable na yung data. And doon ka mag-start mag-optimize using the CFD. Optimize. Then pili ka ng prototype. Then baseline validation ulit. Revalidation ka. Pag validate mo, tumama ulit, optimize hanggang makita mo yung pinaka-optimum point. Then doon ka na mag-full scale model. Doon ka na mag-design complete. Okay? And that is actually the basic workflow of a CFD process. No, paano siya pumapasok on the general workflow. But how are we going to do that? CFD process has 3 main components: pre-processing, processing, and post-processing. Okay? And ang pinakamahalaga dito yung pre-processing. Always remember that. Because input is equal to output. Ibig sabihin, kung garbage yung pinasok natin sa CFD natin, garbage din ang lalabas. So garbage in equals garbage out. Always remember that. And that's why, kailangan definition pa lang ng problem, tama na. Discretization pa lang, tama na. Okay? And I will be sharing you very short slides on how are we going to define the problem and how are we going to discretize the model. Okay? So, kasi medyo marikitutos din to kapag talagang in-explain natin. Na mauubusan tayo oras sa actual case study. Okay. So for the definition of the engineering problem, so doon mo i-define yung gusto mo mangyari. Yung physics mo, doon mo i-define yung model mo, doon mo i-define yung geometry mo. Then, kapag na-define mo na sa kanya, nabigay mo na sa kanya yung model mo, nabigay mo na sa kanya yung mga flow and everything, water ba yan, sand ba yan, whatsoever, doon papasok si discretization. And discretization meaning resolution. No? Tandaan niyo na, resolution. Always think ang isang circle. Pag magdodrawing ka ng circle, for example, hindi ka pwedeng gumamit ng curve, straight lines lang. Kapag gumamit ka ng 3 points to draw a circle, that would be a triangle. It is not a circle. Pero pag gumamit ka ng, for example, 20 points, no? Isipin mo, pag i-connect mo yung 20 points na yun, it would form at least figuratively parang ano na siya, circle. And the more points na idagdag mo, the more na magiging mukha siyang circle. Okay? And that is the basic concept of discretization. Discretization is how are you going to slice your model, or how are you going to partition your model so that mas maging refine yung resolution ng sagot mo or maging mas tama. So kasi isa ang discretization sa factor ng accuracy ng iyong CFD model. Later, I will be sharing with you naman yun. So, what are ito naman, CFD methodology hierarchy. I want to explain this to you so that later on, if you kapag nagkaroon kayo ng project na magkakailangan ng CFD, hindi kayo basta-basta mawawala kung ano yung CFD. Kasi sometimes, no, there are CFD engineers that telling you, kaya to. Ito mabilis lang yan. Ganito dapat po yung gawin natin dyan na design and whatsoever. Now, CFD has its own methodology hierarchy. So, kinakategorize natin yan. And there are 5 drivers: math, dimension, time, turbulence, and motion. So for the math, the BEM and the FVM. Boundary element method is a very cost cheap. No, walang gumagamit ng boundary element method masyado. Kasi ano lang to line to line lang to na calculation. Like sabihin, parang analytical lang din ito. No, parang analytical lang din ng boundary element method. You can think of it as analytical. Then yung CFD na nakikita nyo, yun yung finite volume method. Yun yung alam nating CFD talaga eh. That is the standard CFD we always encounter. Kapag nakikita kayo ng CFD, ang FVM yun. No? Okay, and it is more accurate. The solution would be longer, but it would be accurate, no? And yun nga, ito yung normal na CFD. And depending sa modeling type mo, yung cost ng CFD for FVM. Okay? Next, the dimension. Dimension is a 2D, no, or 3D. No, kung gusto mo ng mabilis na result, 2D ka lang. Gusto mo lang, for example, mga sectional views lang ng kotse, ano yung aerodynamics ng kotse, no, you don't really care on the third dimension. Gusto mo lang yung flow niya streamline, can use 2D. And it is for very good for single components. Pero, syempre sa atin sa industry on the larger scale, we'll be using 3D. Okay? It is more accurate naman eh. And ito yung talaga magre-represent sa atin no real world application natin. Okay? Kaya always remember itong 5 sasabihin ko, itong 5 hierarchy na to. Kung kunyari magpapagawa kayo ng CFD, no? RFP nyo, CFD sa mga project managers diyan. You have to tell your CFD engineer these hierarchies. FVM o 3D ang kailangan ko. Okay? So later on mababanggit ko sa inyo. Or sometimes the CFD engineer would ask you these questions. And at least project engineers and also future engineers or engineers know ano yung mga sagot doon sa pwedeng maging tanong ng kanilang CFD engineers sa kanila. Okay? So the time, no, another is time. Steady state lang ba yan? No? Ang shortcut ko lang na sinasabi lagi, pag sabi steady state, gaano karaming iteration, gaano karaming beses mo isosolve yung isang bagay hanggang tumama ka. If you remember Newton-Raphson's method, how many iterations are you going to do? At least to have that approximate solution. And how are you going to make sure that solution is correct? Okay? So ganon. Steady state, ang mahalaga lang dun yung final answer. Okay, pag steady state. Pag unsteady state, yung buong duration, transient yun eh, yung buong duration, mahalaga. Every time, hindi siya iteration, talagang per time yun. Pero pag steady state, yung dulo lang ang mahalaga dun. Yun lang ang talagang tama dun. Okay, kasi yung iba dun is just an approximate solution converging to that one final answer, the last answer. Okay? Always remember that the difference in steady, ng steady tsaka ng unsteady. Cyclic. The cyclic is a combination of steady and unsteady, but cyclic is normally for rotating models lang, no? So iba kasi yung time step ng cyclic, yung umiikot propeller, fan, no, iba yung calculation niyan, and that also a different time step. And we call it a cyclic time stepping. Okay? Then turbulence. Dito tayo magdo-dwell kasi ito talaga lagi itong inaano. Turbulence. We have 4. We have the RANS, the Reynolds average numerical simulation, the LESS or the large eddy simulation, DES or the detached eddy simulation, and the DNS or the direct numerical simulation. Long story short, normally RANS talaga ang ginagamit. Kapag hindi mo kailangan ng high fidelity, ibig sabihin hindi mo kailangan ng very high resolution, kunyari ang hinahanap mo lang is flow pattern lang, no? You can go with RANS. Okay? You can go with RANS. Kasi ang ginagawa niyan is it is an average of the results. Average siya, kaya siya average numerical simulation siya. Reynolds average. So ina-average niyan and every cell i-average niyan. So that's the it's not the description of RANS, but that's the long and short story ng RANS. Okay, ito yung typical CFD turbulence modeling na ginagamit. Then, kung gusto mo ng medyo detailed, for example, yung hydro jump or hydraulic water jump sa mga water dams natin, yung for example, yung tubig pababa, tapos nakamit siya ng flat surface, di ba yung tubig bumabalik? Pag bumalik yung tubig, yung nakikita mong pagbalik ng tubig din, gusto mo makita pati yung bula. You want to predict that, you have to use LES. Okay? Basta meron mga small, meron ka mga small gustong isolve, mga small, tawag dito, eddies and whatsoever, and large eddies, dalawa sila, you have to consider less because it is a high fidelity turbulence model. The other name of LES is high fidelity turbulence model. Okay? But yun ay sobrang gastos. Almost times 10 or 8 to 10 times na mas magastos sa RANS. No, yung kasama na lahat. Then, ngayon, sa sobrang mahal ng LES, dun pumasok si DES. Si DES is just the turbulence model between RANS and LES. No? Ganun lang. Yun lang naman ang doon lang pumasok si DES, Detached Eddy Simulation. Pinaghahalo niya yung RANS tsaka yung LES. And ito sarang ito sirs and engineers, ito ang mababanggit ko lang lagi. Meron kasing nagsabi minsan sa akin na CFD engineer na kaya daw niyang gumawa ng DNS. Okay? DNS is a no simplification done. It is a direct numerical simulation. And as far as I know, wala pang physical model or physical computers, servers, supercomputers ang kaya mag-solve ng DNS na large scale. Small scale meron, pero large wala. NASA is doing it on a small scale. No? So kung mas malakas yung PC niya sa NASA, maaaring kaya niya yung DNS. So kapag merong nagbigay sa inyo na CFD engineer or CFD provider na we will be doing you a DNS model, or DNS turbulence model, no, it's not true. No, as far as I know, it is not true. Okay, so kasi ang direct numerical simulation is not simplified pa ngayon. Hindi pa talaga siya, hindi pa talaga siya ganun kaano. Okay, and ang sa ating kaya dito sa turbulence model, you will be more focusing on RANs and on LES. No, doon lang tayo nagfo-focus talaga. Then the last thing, motion. Gumagalaw ba o hindi? That's no motion. Prescribed motion, ibig sabihin, for example, yung piston, gumagalaw yung piston or umaandar yung kotse. Basta yung model gumagalaw, so prescribed motion ang tawag doon. Kailangan niya na ng adaptive mesh na tinatawag. Same with dynamic fluid body interaction. Adaptive mesh din ang kailangan niya. DFB, normally ginagamit lang ang DFB sa barko. No, kasi yung tubig, ito yung barko, pag gumalaw yung tubig, gagalaw yung barko. At yung galaw ng barko may effect sa tubig. So dalawa sila, may effect sa isa't isa. Kaya tinatawag silang dynamic fluid body. Kasi nag-i-interact sila in between. Okay? Okay. Maybe I will be answering na lang yung question. Okay lang po ba, Miss MC? Yung questions later na? Kasi meron nagre-raise na hand or I can ask. Okay. So move forward muna ako. Okay. To the highlight of this topic, I will be just sharing you an actual case study. Okay. Brine dispersion case study. Are you still there? No, can everyone type 1
yes,
sa comment kapag andyan pa kayo, baka tulog na kayo at na boring ata kayo sa ating discussion. Okay, so mukhang andyan pa naman. Okay. So this is the exciting part of our topic. I will be sharing here a case study ng brine dispersion. Okay, thank you so much for the comment. So hopefully hindi kayo na-overwhelm or naboboring doon sa ating topic. And okay. Case study, brine dispersion modeling. So I will be sharing you a problem. So this is an actual project, validated project na to. So brine solution. So merong planta na ang byproduct niya is a brine solution. Okay? At itatapon niya yung brine niya sa sa isang tubig, no, sa certain body of water. Okay? Sa tubig. Using 3 outfall diffusers. So may mga diffusers siya sa ilalim ng tubig. However, yung intake pipe niya, yung naghihigop ng tubig niya, is nandun din sa tubig na yun. No, ibig sabihin, kung saan siya nagtatapon ng waste na brine waste niya, doon din siya naghihigop ng clean water niya. Okay? So ngayon, ang problema, gusto naming malaman kung may higop niya ba yung brine. Gusto namin malaman kung magre-recirculate ba. Ayaw namin kasi magkaroon ng recirculation above 5% salinity level. So meron kaming base salinity, then gusto namin malaman kung yun ay higop ba namin tubig afterwards is mas mataas pa dun sa 5%. Okay? So that would be the case study. And I'll be sharing you yung some parts or sections on how are we going to tackle this one. So basic data. No, we will be setting a domain 160 by 30 square meters. Okay? Na area nung water. Doon tayo mag-focus, no? Although i-consider natin yung labas, focus tayo doon sa 160 by 30. First case study, different water depths. Sabihin kung depende sa lalim ng tubig, we will be considering that. Kung gaano kalalim yung tubig, mataas ba, mababaw ba. Different water current conditions, kung yung water current ba papunta sa north, galing sa south, galing sa west, northwest, everything. So i-consider natin lahat ng angles. Okay. Angle of attack of the jet diffuser. Nakatingala ba yung jet diffuser? Nakaganyan ba? Nakaganyan ba? Nakatutok ba sa baba? Pataas lang ba? No, we'll be considering all of that. So, but on this discussion, I will be just sharing you the results of the varying water depths. Sabihin, depende sa water depth. So, ipapakita ko sa inyo yung mga solution kung paano natin yung solve and what is the result. Okay? So, water concentration, yung mga salinity level, meron tayo. And, okay, after mesh independence analysis, remember this, MIA or mesh independence analysis. Ang mesh independence analysis, ginagawa natin yan to verify your mesh. No, i-verify natin yung mesh mo kung tama yung result. And you can also search on the internet on how to do mesh independence analysis. But mesh independence analysis, ang gagawin mo is you will be selecting different type of meshes. Ibig sabihin, merong coarse mesh, merong fine mesh, merong medium mesh. Then you will be checking the results of those and the time converge, mga ganyan. Then doon mo malalaman kung in some way representable na yung mesh mong gagamitin. Okay? And after a mesh study, ang ginamit nating cells is 2 million cells. Okay? 2 million cells tayo. And this calculation, no, itong papakita ko sa inyo, natapos yung solution after 5 days, literal. Straight 5 days, umaandar yung PC. No, ganun katagal. No. It is just a very small project lang siya. Using an 8-core computer. Okay? So these are the data. And as you can see, we have some validation data, no, ng mga equations. So mga density curves, okay? Ito mga snapshot to ng report ko na ginawa for this project. So validation of the data and the CFD. Okay? What are the theories? Okay? Na namagit ko kanina sa determining of the engineering problem. Ano yung physics niyan? So magre-research ka rin talaga, no? Aaralin natin yung physics niya. What are the equations na required dyan? What are the model? Okay? So lahat yan, dito, aaralin natin. And these are included on the report ng isang CFD report. Ano yung basis ng CFD analysis? Okay, ano yung theory and physics involved with that? And it should be included in the report. And this is one of the report. Okay? So, yan, inclined jets and everything. What are the governing equations? No? Ito, pinakita natin yung mga equations. If you can see the equations, these are all partial equations, no? Mga partial equations to, considering salinity and gravity and viscosity. So what are the turbulence model? Ang ginamit natin dito, LES. No? LES, high fidelity ang ginamit natin dito. Okay? So advection and diffusion equations kasama sa calculations natin. And this is the case mesh. So this is the nomenclature of the case mesh. We have the diffusers on the left. 3 diffusers, yung parang mga bilog. So ang internal water current na considered natin ngayon is papunta doon sa intake dahil yun naman yung worst case scenario. Yung itulak niya yung brine papunta sa intake. Okay? Then the intake is dyan, nasa rightmost side ng mesh natin. Okay? So as you can see, no, iba-iba yung sizes ng mesh natin depende dun sa ginagawa natin. Meron tayong fine on the local file, then meron tayong mga coarse part ng section. So yan, ginagawa natin yung iba-ibang meshing type para makatipid tayo ng oras. Okay? Intake, the intake pipes, then first, the minimum water level. So ito ay alam ko 1 meter ang water level. So makikita nyo, nagbubuga yung brine is binubuga ng ating mga water jets and apparently umaabot na siya doon sa top surface ng water. And kung makikita nyo, ito ay hindi on the very observation kagad, hindi na kagad siya pwede. So ngayon, we adjusted actually the angle there. No? Nagsimula kami mag-adjust ng angle dyan ng angle of attack. So, then, but syempre, titignan natin siya on the other angle. So, minimum water level, ito, after 600 seconds or technically 10 minutes, no? 10 real minutes, ganyan yung diffusion. Ang palatandaan namin dito, basta umabot ka dito sa light green, itong light green, yung between 400 to 600, around 500, hindi pwede. Ibig sabihin, pag may nakita kang gano'n on the rightmost side ng mesh natin, bagsak. No, bagsak yung design. And this is 160 meters, remember? 160 meters ang length nitong mesh na nakikita nyo ngayon. And gano'n kalaki yung diffusion ng ating salinity. So different levels of intervals. Then on the average, okay? On the average, so tumaas na yung tubig, around 3 meters ata to or 2 point something, 2.7. Ayan na, nakikita na natin yung different profile ng diffusion ng brine sa water. So nakikita na natin yung mga salinity pockets and everything. So yan, nakikita na natin siya sa average water level. Then, on the top view, the plan-wise view, so makikita naman natin yung diffusion niya on the plan-wise. So ganun, napapansin nyo ba kung gaano kalaki yung difference niya dun sa minimum? Ito yung minimum, medyo kalat, pero makikita mo yung average, medyo, hindi siya kalat, pero mas ano siya, concentrated. Okay? So how about the maximum? Maximum is halos hindi na nagdi-diffuse siya ng mas makalat and halos wala na. Halos walang nagdi-diffuse sa maximum water level. Why? Because mas marami yung tubig na nagdi-diffuse ng brine and that is one of the consideration. That is why kino-consider natin yung water depth. And isa sa recommendation namin is to ensure that the water level on the space or on the body of water should not reach the minimum water level. Kasi pag nag-reach ng minimum water level, there's a possibility of high transition or high translation of salinity. However, hindi pa rin siya aabot. So, kaya, ibig sabihin, yung initial design kagad is tama. No, actually, hindi naman yan yung initial design. Ang initial design kasi is 50 meters lang and this is 150 meters na. Nilayo na namin yan. Okay, so I'll be sharing you a video. Let me know again if you have seen the video. If you can see the video. Wait a second. This is very short lang. Where are you? Okay. This is a video ng ating simulation. Okay, for the average water. So nakikita nyo kung paano siya nag-flow. So ganito natin siya ganito natin siya pina-post process yung CFD. Okay, you can see here on how our ito maximum, sorry. Yan. On the right is the average, on the left is on the maximum. So dito makikita nyo na kung paano natin ginagawa yung CFD and kung paano natin siya pinopost process. So see, so yan, ganun yung natin. Okay? Ganun yung mga typical post process. Yan. So I think my time is up, and I will just share you a very short case studies for natural ventilation. Ito meron din tayo mga ganitong mga ginagawa sa CFD for natural ventilation naman, and designs, pollution and cooling. Okay, then pollution analysis for industrial factories. So ganoon din, pollution CFD naman siya. And thank you. And that's the end of my slides. I hope you understand, and looking forward for your questions. And hopefully I could answer your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Engineer Johnson, for your clear and informative presentation. All right, participants, ask away your questions and post it in our chat box. If you would like to ask your question by yourself, just raise your hand. And let me read one question here. From John Mark Perez. Sir Nick, have you experienced using CFD in coal-fired boiler combustion fluid flows?
Hello. Boiler. Wait, I think I
have you experienced using CFD in coal-fired boiler combustion fluid flows?
I've done fluid flows with thermal in boilers. Not specifically combustion pa. Kung ang ang tanong po is yung combustion mismo, yung pinaka-combustion process, haven't done that project, yung pinaka-combustion. But kung fluid flow lang ng byproduct ng combustion or yung combustion product mismo, yes. Oo. Pero yung combustion po hindi pa.
All right, okay. And the second question. Good day, Sir Nick. Can I ask, using CFD, can we use it for water system projects in rural areas? And can you give us sizes of pipes to be used to avoid pressure loss? And can you give a table of results like KPA, velocity, flow rate, etc., and every point of level in pipes? This is from Abdul Bari Batu.
Ayun. So thank you for the question. And yes, ang gagamitin natin dyan, alam mo, depende sa anong gusto mo or gaano kalakihan or kung ano lang yung result mo. Like I always say, what is your goal? And I think your goal here is to know the pipe sizes, to optimize the pressure loss, and the table of results like KPA, velocity, flow rate. With that, you can use the BEM model, not the FVM. Remember the mathematics, the BEM, the boundary element method, wherein you are just focusing on the input and the output. Mabilis lang yan. I mean, relatively, yan yung mga mabibilis na CFD. And one software that you can use to model those is fluid flow. Fluid flow software. We do that in Manila Water and Maynilad because those are those are our client, no? Pagdating sa ganyang water system projects. So yun yung ginagamit talaga namin kasi ganyan na ganyan din naman yung application na yun eh. Pipe sizing and hydraulic gradients. So yun.
Okay,
You can use
great.
CFD on that.
Great. All right, and we have a question from our MDFTD Chairman, Engineer Adrian Makasakit. You may unmute your...
Yes. Thank you very much. No? So first of all, congratulations to Engineer Nick sa napakaganda sa sharing. No? So especially sa CFD. So actually, I have a couple of questions. So I believe marami dito talaga interested din sa question na to. So on behalf na rin siguro, tatanong ko na rin sa iyo. No? So especially sa CFD. So first question ko muna, sir. So in terms ng trend, no? So trend ng mga simulation based, no? How do you foresee sir yung trend ng CFD application and demand sa Pilipinas? So kasi nabanggit mo sa Pilipinas.
Sa Pilipinas, sir, no? Sa Pilipinas, sa totoo lang, sir, is mataas na ang demand, no? In the last few say a year or 2 years, no? Na talagang karamihan na ng mga nagiging nakikita ko mga projects are requiring in some way yung mga basic CFD. No, basic nga lang yung hinihingi nila eh, no. Sometimes ako pa mismo yung nagsasabi kapag nagiging project namin sila, ay sir, hindi pwede yung ganitong CFD lang diyan. Parang kumbaga, kasi ang problem in the Philippines, I think for me, it's just my opinion, is that we are not very well equipped on the knowledge on what is the capability of CFD talaga. That's why akala natin si CFD parang simulation lang siya, parang ganun lang, no? Parang hindi natin pa sila nakikita yung totoong capability ni CFD na kaya niyang ibigay sa atin, yung advantage niya sa atin. And for me, talaga Sir Adrian, is malaki yung demand. Kung demand lang ang pag-uusapan, malaki. And yung future ng CFD sa atin kasi nag-i-start na siya sa Philippines, no? Nag-i-start na siya. And not only CFD, no, also FEA. No, because normally when it comes to, for example, mechanical, sa mechanical combine yan eh. CFD FEA. Civil engineering combine din sila, no? Ngayon, pero sa atin kasi sa mechanical, more on tayo eh. Kapag design tayo sa industry, CFD talaga tayo. Yung FEA naman ginagamit yan ng mga mechanical when ang industry nila manufacturing. Pag manufacturing ang industry nila, FEA yan. Pero parang less than FEA more, tas ito yung CFD. Pero pagdating sa design industry, lalo sa industry namin sa design ng mga large scale na commercial applications, baliktad. Yung FEA sa amin medyo maliit. CFD ang malaki sa amin. Ganon po. Ganon yung nakikita ko for the demand wise.
When it comes to acceptance, parang saka awareness, no? So parang okay na siya sa Pilipinas. So
yes,
meaning,
nagsisimula na. Nagsisimula na po.
Itong mga ginagawa nating awareness drive when it comes to CFD, talagang nagkakaroon na ng awareness and impact sa industry.
Tama po. And this is a very good help in general to at least give them the idea of what really is CFD. Parang ganun. What is its capability?
Alright. Thank you very much, Engineer Nick. So isa pang follow-up question para sa mga engineers din
sure
natin,
po.
sa students and engineers natin. No? So in general lang, sir. So in general, based on your experience and your opinion, how fast, sir, how fast can an engineer, even a student, transition from becoming a student, so-called student, to a beginner? No? So meaning yung marunong gumawa ng gamit, and from beginner to intermediate user, and from intermediate to expert. So how fast? Any tips? Any tips?
Pag sa Sir Adrian, pag sinabi ko bang 10 years? Pag sinabi ko bang 10 years, pwede. I mean, joke lang. Joke lang. So actually, no, hindi ko talaga masabi kung kailan, kung ilan. Sabi nila, no, sabi ng mga experts talaga sa CFD, it would require you 10 years to understand CFD. No, yung in-depth CFD, no. However, no, for example, no, how are you going to step on the CFD ladder? Paano ba tayo papasok diyan? No, for me, you have to understand talaga. Lagi sinasabi, you have to understand the analytical. You have to understand the theory behind. Kailangan marunong ka talaga sa fluid mechanics. Hindi ka man maging magaling sa fluid mechanics, that's okay. Hindi naman ako magaling din doon eh. But at least you have the principles, you have the theories, you have the parang alam mo kung paano siya i-solve also. no? Kasi sometimes anyway, when doing CFD, kailangan alam mo na yung parang na-foresee mo na yung sagot ng CFD sa'yo. Hindi pwedeng parang ano kaya lalabas dito yung sagot. It's not how it is, no? Kailangan dapat to dumiretso yung hangin or dapat to yung flow pababa. Mga ganun, kumbaga, meron ka ng initial assumption. That is how you're going to start the CFD. Then yun talaga yung first stepping stone. Kasi kapag nag-start ka na nga na parang alam mo yung principles, at least yung basics, yung general idea, general knowledge, I think depende na yun kung gaano kalaki yung effort na ibibigay mo para mapabilis yung ano mo, yung growth mo sa CFD. Kasi ako po talaga, I've started CFD not because I want CFD. I started CFD just because I was fascinated by the colors of CFD. It's just how doon lang ako nag-start. So now then nag-step in ako sa CFD, then I studied the knowledge and apparently naging mechanical engineering din naman ako na student. So parang mas napabilis lang yung growth. So yun lang po yung nakikita ko. And siguro mentor na rin, Sir Adrian. So andun na rin dapat talaga yung meron ka din talagang mentor na at least mag-guide sa'yo on how you're going to, where to step. Parang ganyan. Yun po.
Thank you, Engineer Nick. So hopefully marami ring natutunan yung mga students natin. Sa mga gusto mag-enter sa sa CFD simulation and FBA simulation. Maraming tanong kasi diyan usually, no? So maraming salamat sir sa insights.
Yes po. Salamat po.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, back to you, MC.
Right, and we have another question here, Engineer Johnson. Okay, so good afternoon, Engineer. Ask ko lang po, simulate po ba ang processes involving phase change like boiling and condensation?
Yes po. Apo, sa CFD, no, any phase changes, kaya naman. No, kaya naman talaga niya. So, it's just depending on the solver na gagamitin mo. So, sabi ko nga, tawag dito, as long as you will be explaining to your solver kung ano yung gusto mong gawin, it can do that. CFD can actually do it, no, mapa-multi-phase man yan, maski kung nga gusto mong paghaluin yung tubig at langis, pwede. No, paano mo malalaman? Parang pwede ka nga mag-eksperimento doon kung gaano kabilis yung tubig at langis, gaano karami yung isa't isa para maghalo talaga sila or whatsoever. Kahit hindi sila pwede maghalo. Ganun. So that is, pwede naman talaga.
All right, okay, that question is from Dexter Linden. Now we have another question from Jade Mijares. Are there any CFD trainings in the Philippines?
As far as I know, we have couple. If I'm not mistaken, Sir Delia, Christian Delia, if you know Dr. Christian Delia of University of Glasgow, he is nagbibigay siya ng mga CFD trainings here in the Philippines. I'm not very sure of the schedules kung meron siya currently or this year. No, pero marami kung CFD trainings lang. Sa buong, hindi lang sa Pilipinas. I mean, kasi ako nag-take ako ng CFD trainings ko normally sa University of Ireland at sa University of Sweden. So, because University of Ireland is for open foam naman. So, parang meron lang kasi ako in-specialize. Kaya doon ako nakaka-take ng mga trainings. But Philippines, yes, meron po.
Okay. And Engineer Johnson, just a follow-up question. Where can they check the schedule of this upcoming CFD trainings? Is there a website or?
Alam ko, nakalimutan ko na Sir Adrian, if you know what is the division of Sir Delia? Education something yun, education training. No, parang technical division din natin siya dito sa PSME. So nakalimutan ko lang yung page, but you can search maybe si Sir Christian Delia. You can see his post naman sa Facebook. So Christian Delia, I will be putting it on the chat box. So check nyo na lang. Okay?
Alright.
Hindi ko po talaga sure.
Thank you. And we have another question from our WEMTD Chairman, Engineer Andy Dipasupil. You may unmute your speaker.
Engineer Nick, thank you very much. Congratulations in advance for taking this. So may question lang ako. So normally dito sa Middle East, especially in energy. So yung application ng two-phase flow sa mga reactor. So na-experience mo na ba yun? And then how you consider affecting sa fast accelerated production, FAC, by level, and what you will advise, is it pag ano ba ang experience mo? So in high load and or low load on a two-phase flow. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Andy, sa question. No? Thank you so much. No? On the reactors talaga, no? For the specific reactors, no, for the energy reactors, wala talaga specific na project talaga na meron akong project for the reactors whatsoever. However, pero on the general term of two-phase flows, I have couple of projects and cases na tungkol sa two-phase flows. Okay? And yung thermal analysis, for example, kung yun yung tinitignan natin, for example, thermal optimization of analysis ng reactors, ang nakikita ko talaga, ang isa sa mga naging nakita kong on my experience dyan is nag-i-start kami on the very basic ng simplification ng model. Kasi na-try namin minsan na binuo namin yung model nung two-phase flow. And parang ang nangyari, nag-waste lang kami ng time because mali yung equations. No? Mali yung equations na na-put up namin. So that is why, again, babalik ako dun sa very basic ng CFD na you have to know the physics behind of what you are doing. Because if you don't know the basics behind, it doesn't matter kung ano yung gawin mong mesh dyan or resolution dyan. It will still be a failure at the end. And for me, Sir Andy, no, yung low load o kaya high load, o kahit saan ka talaga doon magsimula, pero normally nagsisimula kami sa low load eh. Then doon mo step by step iaakyat yung yung equations, doon mo ipapasok yung variables, so that step by step you would know that the model is up to the curve, yung tama experimental data. Doon kami doon namin sinisimulan talaga. I don't have exact talaga sa reactors eh, pero meron kami sa two-phase energy flows naman ng mga projects. And that is one of the experience talaga, Sir Andy. I hope I answer your question.
Thank you very much, Engineer Nick. It is very important sa mga engineers, lalo na sa mga nasa petrochemical plant sa Pilipinas, to understand really the advantage of using CFD sa analysis, species of process, to correlate the damage mechanism as per the API 571. So
yes, exactly.
To mitigate or how to control the actions, especially the corrosion in the perspective of mechanical integrity. That is the reason why I asked that question. Thank you very much, Engineer Rick.
Thank you po. Thank you. Yes. Apa.
Thank you for your question, Engineer Andy. Right, we have another question here from RS May Banes. Sir, do you use CFD analysis in cryogenics, low temperature, applications like LN2 and LNG? And he has there's a follow-up question from the same person. Can CFD analyze and predict, and how long BOG generates from LNG, LN2 fluid?
Yeah, CFD analysis is normally used on, yun nga, again, I will be going back. It is used in most applications po. So as long as you have the correct solver, you have the correct physics, we could do the CFD for LN2. If you want to consider structures, no, ibig sabihin fluid structure interaction, FSI, ibig sabihin you would be considering failure on the structures because of the effect of the fluid flow, or the temperature because of the fluid flow. We could also consider that in CFD. And that CFD is what we call the FSI or the CFD FEA combination. So yes, doable po yan sa CFD talaga. Now we can also predict, like I told you, any result you want, we can have it on CFD. Now we can do it in CFD as long as we have the equation and we have the solvers at hand.
All right, great. All right, we have lots of questions here, but now we have we'll have to accommodate the last question here from Ronaline Dollar. Good day po, sir. Thank you po for sharing your knowledge, but can you suggest po some research topic ideas? Thank you in advance.
May message kita dyan, Miss Ronaldine, na pag-iisipan ko siya habang sa buong oras na to, habang makikinig tayo sa ibang topic. Can you elaborate that? Ano bang specific research topic yung gusto nyong i-focus? Depende kasi sa sa research focus niyo kung ano yung gusto nyong research topic, and is it really applicable ba talaga si CFD doon? Parang ganun. Or sometimes kaya ba na siya ng hindi naman CFD talaga? Okay. So I hope I will be waiting for your answer in the chat box. Sasagutin ko siya sa chat box na lang. Miss Ronaldine.
Alrighty. Okay. Now, students, this is important for us to complete your CPD points. All right, you'll need to fill out the feedback form, and we'd like to make sure that you learn from this presentation. Kindly take the 5 minutes to fill out the form. Alternatively, you may scan the QR code on the screen. All right. Okay, and while we're waiting for you to fill out the form, let me just recognize the presence of the following schools. We have the Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas, PSME Negros Occidental Chapter, Adamson University, Marinduque State College, Camarines Sur Polytechnic Colleges, PSME CSPC Student Unit, Bulacan State University, Sorsogon State University, PUPV Mindanao State University, Marawi, Western Mindanao State University, Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology, Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas, JPSME EVSU Occidental, Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology, PSME Nueva Ecija Chapter, Mindanao State University, JPSME MSU GSC, Camarines Sur Polytechnic Colleges, University of Rizal System Morong, De La Salle University Das Marinas, De La Salle University Taft, Mariano Marcos State University Ilocos Chapter, Technological Institute of the Philippines Manila, Cebu Institute of Technology University, Mapua University, Polytechnic University of the Philippines. All right, we'll just be reading half of it. There's a lot more. All right, so you have the 5 minutes to fill out the form. This is very important for us to complete your CPD points. Right, you can also scan the QR code on top on the screen. All right, we have 2 minutes and 50 seconds. All right, and students, don't forget, I hope that you are taking note because we have a quiz later. All right, let's continue reading this, the participants here. All right, so we have the PSME Batangas chapter, PSME CSPC student unit, PSME Cavite, PSME Jeddah, PSME Western Batangas chapter, JPSME Panay chapter, Eastern Visayas State University, Tacloban City, Maine, Bulacan State University, Bulacan chapter, Mindanao State University, General Santos City, Marinduque State College, Block High to MSc Block, and MSc Santa Cruz, Capiz State University, main campus, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Alfonso Campus, Manila Chapter, the Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas, Bulacan State University, Adamson University, PSME Academe, Bataan Peninsula State University Main Campus. All right, 1 minute, guys. And the PSME Metro Manila Chapter, Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology, Nueva Ecija, Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas, PSME Negros Occidental Chapter, PSME MMSU Student Chapter, Batangas Chapter, and we have Southern Luzon State University, Quezon Province Chapter. We have St. Louis University in Baguio, De La Salle University in Dasma. All right, we're almost done here, 19 seconds. And let us not forget that our sponsor who made this event possible is the R1 Business or Building Services Solution. All right, 2 seconds, and there you go. All right, and as a token of appreciation, the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers Incorporated First Joint Technical Conference awards this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Nick Johnson Fernandez, RMEE, for providing outstanding support as a technical speaker on the topic CFD, Modeling and Analysis as a Dynamic Design Approach. First Joint Technical Conference of PMTD, WEMTD, and MDFTD. All right, this is signed by Engineer Melanie P. Banayos, Engineer Feliciano Perater, Engineer Simon P. Turno III, Engineer Andy Dipasupil, Engineer Sonny Kalma, and Engineer Adrian Makasaki.
Thank you so much po. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right, okay, and brace yourselves, everyone. Let's call on Engineer Lloyd Pineda, our PMTD First Vice Chairman, to facilitate the raffle time.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Gising pa ba kayo? Makitams up na? Gising pa tayo? Tayo naman yung mga exciting prizes natin. Yan. Very nice, very nice. Okay, pwede na. Bigay tayo ng attendance form. Ngayon, let's have the draw for the first 3 winners. And as mentioned earlier by our MC, we would be having our quiz later. So it will be a summary of all the presentations. I hope you can hear me now. Okay? Hello? Sorry? Okay po?
Third in there. Is the audio better?
Yes.
Again, congratulations. All right, moving on to our next raffle.
From Batangas chapter, Golden Gate Colleges, congratulations, Edwin Raz. Edwin Raz, please PM us your details for your 300 pesos GCash. Now, for our final draw at this juncture, let's roll the dice. From Marinduque State Colleges, Noemi Hogno. Congratulations, Ms. Noemi Hogno from Marinduque State Colleges.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, PM niyo po kami para sa inyong sa redemption ng inyong prizes. Thank you. And I'll be giving back the podium to our MC.
Congratulations to all the winners of our first raffle draw. Now, let's call on Engineer Florencio Sumilang, our PMTD Certification Director, to introduce our second technical speaker.
Okay. Am I audible? Okay, thank you. Dear guests and attendees and fellow mechanical engineers, it is an honor to introduce our next technical speaker for today's event. He graduated from Batangas State University for his Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering and an ongoing postgraduate in Lyceum of the Philippines University, Batangas for his Executive MBA. He has lots of citations, achievements, and recognitions acquired in various institutions and certification body, both local and abroad. And to mention a few, he is a certified C-SWIP 3.1 welder inspector, authorized pressure vessel inspector, certified BGAS C-SWIP grade 2 senior painting and coating inspector, certified ISO 9001-2000 QMS lead auditor, certified pipe stress engineering analysis, and certified flow surge prediction course. Specializing in engineering, construction, QA/QC, and commissioning, he is currently working in GN Power Dinganin Limited Company in Mariveles, Bataan as the mechanical and welding QCE and QC inspection coordinator. Let us all welcome Engineer Christopher G. Karingal. Engineer Chris, the screen is now yours.
Yes, thank you very much for that introduction, Engineer Florencio Sumilang. Maraming salamat po. A pleasant good afternoon and good morning to everyone. So let me extend first my greetings, of course, to our dignitaries, to our National President, Melanie Banayos, our EBP and National Convention Chair, Loreto Catalan, Vice President for Technical Affairs, June Turno, Vice President for Training and Education, Maren De Luna, Vice President for External Affairs, Carlito Alpay, Vice President for Internal Affairs, Arshel Bakuli, and of course, and the other national board who are present. And to the chairman of PMTD, Engineer Sonny Calma, third chairman at the WMTD, Engineer Andy Di Pasupil, chairman of the MDFTD, Adrian Makasakit, the third, and of course, the chairman of the conference, Reynald Ramos, and co-chair, Michael Miranda, and the governing board of the G Technical Division. And of course, gusto kong pasalamatan yung mga attendees natin, particularly the students and my fellow engineers na nagbigay ng time for this important event. Maraming salamat po. And before I proceed with my presentation, I would like to thank you for this opportunity for having me in this first joint technical conference of PMTD, WMTD, and MDFTD. It's really a great pleasure po na ma-impart ko yung experience and knowledge ko in this field. So Can I share my screen now, MC?
Yes.
Can you see my screen po?
Yes, we can see your screen, Engineer Karingal.
Okay. Okay, my topic for today is to discuss with you the quality assurance on welding during the EPCI stage. So basically, on this discussion, we will be able to understand the application of quality assurance in welding, and of course, its role and importance on the different phases of the project, the EPCI, which is engineering, procurement, construction or fabrication, and installation. We should be able to familiarize and have the knowledge on the requirement of the statutory and of course the contract compliance and international code requirement. We should be able to understand on how we establish a quality assurance and inspection plan, and what would be the effect or impact if we will not be able to implement the quality assurance plan. Before I would like you to watch a short video clip that we will probably be linked later on in terms of the presentation, though this is a very academic, but this will focus on how importance on the quality assurance and welding. Okay, that is actually a hydrostatic failure on the actual weld that was done. So we will discuss later, we'll correlate that failure in one of the examples at the end. So basically, the engineering, procurement, construction, and fabrication. Engineering is the phase when, of course, when we start from the feed up to the detailed design engineering. Well, on the procurement, this is the period when all the goods that we need are manufactured so that we will be able to start with the fabrication and construction. And of course, lastly is the installation phase, where all of the components of all the manufactured product has to be installed and assembled so that we can complete a certain product and the plant. So the main objectives of our is to understand the need and importance of the quality assurance in the welding industry. And of course, to provide the awareness and the impact in a certain product and industry. If quality assurance is not planned, defined, and correctly performed, to understand its requirement contractually on every project or product. And at the end, we should be able to understand the role of quality assurance and quality control in engineering and management aspect in the field of welding projects, and the familiarization and the required knowledge and skill in preparation of an effective quality plan to ensure quality assurance in welding during different stages of the project or product from engineering to installation phase. So of course, in every project, sa kahit sa anumang bagay po, safety is the main reason. Ito po yung pinaka-importante for preventing weld failures. Kasi kapag ka nagkaroon po ng any failure, importante po na wala pong masasaktan or anything, because we must understand the need for the importance of quality assurance in weld, particularly in fabrication or manufacturing. Moreover, the weld failure that may be caused by weld defects such as cracks, lack of fusion, etc., may result a catastrophic incident that can lead to injury or loss of life and damage to properties. Maaring mag-ugat po na sa failure lang po sa hinang, we may think na what if, ano nga lang ba kung nagbagsak. Pero but then, as I mentioned, marami pong consequence. It's like a domino effect na pwedeng mangyari if a weld fails. So it is very important na maunawaan natin na hindi lang simpleng weld, because yun nga po, ang welding po is matutukoy natin is a heart, is really part of the fabrication or manufacturing industry. And for every welding failure, pwede pong it can cause, of course, project delays, additional cost, kasi it means it's a double work. It can be a loss of productivity or sales in manufacturing or a power plant, and probably a probable damage on a company's reputation. Because if there is a failure po, tandaan natin, hindi lang naman po yung losses and everything. It can mean na always po any catastrophic failure lumalabas po sa balita. We can see it over the net and in the news. So it's very, very important po na mapangalagaan po and we avoid any failure that can lead to damage of reputation. So let us define po yung dalawang important words that we have, which is yung welding first. Welding is a fabrication process whereby two or more parts are fused together by means of heat, pressure, or both, forming a joint as the parts cool. It plays a very vital role in construction industries from engineering up to the installation phase. While the quality assurance is a systematic process or plan identified to assure product quality using different technological methods and testing to comply with statutory requirements and minimum code standard of the applicable industry, including all the relevant reports or records as evidence of its compliance, and will serve as reference for future use. Very important po na lahat po ng ating gagawin, any inspection, anything, any activity must be documented because it will be our reference, our tool in case po that there will be a failure in a product, a failure in future, so that hindi lang po yung current na yung susunod, because pwede pong wala po tayo. It can be other people that will be in the plant or in that industry, so that they can come back with the records and identify ano ba yung nangyari, what have they done previously, have they complied with the proper controls, have they done the right inspections, have they followed the quality assurance program or quality assurance plan. So it is very important as part of the QA that all of the documents of all of the reports are collected and kept for quite some time. So let us go to each phases of the stage of the project. First, the engineering. Of course, during the engineering phase, as I mentioned earlier, you do have the FID and you have the detailed design engineering phase. So it is very important that the correct joint design is selected to ensure accessibility of the joint during fit up and production weld. Bakit po? If you look in a plant, or even whether it's a power plant, a utility, or an oil and gas, very important po sa welding is the accessibility. You might be able to do a simple design or a very strong design, but does the welder or does the person who's going to execute po, kaya po ba niyan magawa? Is it possible? And joint design are based on limitation in production and production cost and the design final appearance. Hindi po kasi pwede na, okay, pipiliin natin at that time yung maganda nga ang itsura, but then it's not strong enough. So we have to balance, we have to assure that yung strength, the design of it, when that during the execution phase, it is possible. Hindi naman po pwedeng maganda lang siya. And thirdly, importante po na kailangan yung productivity is high. With the design that they are going to choose, is dapat mas mabilis. Kasi any project or any product has a timeline. Kung during the design phase, ang mapipili natin is mahirap and the process that we're going to use, the welding process that we are going to use is medyo mahirap po. Hindi rin naman po yun gusto. Kasi that would mean na hindi mo matatapos yung project mo in time just because the design that you have chosen is hindi practical. But we always have to balance it. So, as mentioned, the design engineers must ensure that the maximum strength is obtained that is determined by the mechanical properties, residual stress, and the geometry of the joint. Kasi hindi naman lang po yan na yung execution part. It's always a balanced thing in terms of welding. We have to consider all those matters. And second important thing, of course, during the fabrication po, once the detailed design is done, we have to ensure that only the approved or the issued for construction drawings are available or issued to any fabricating company, whether you're gonna subcontract it or whether you're going to do it in the field or in the fabrication. We must ensure po na part of the assurance that only drawings that are approved shall be used, and we have to make sure it is properly controlled. We cannot have hindi po pwede na any drawings na lang po available. It's a matter of also of checking that only approved documents are used during manufacturing and installation phase. Secondly, we have to ensure that the correct materials as per the design are used and the correct welding consumables. So you can see in your screen, one of the checks that we normally do once the design engineers or whatever is written on the drawing, that all the base materials that will be used during the welding process has the relevant material test certificate. Likewise, ganun din po sa welding consumables. We have to make sure that you are using the right consumables for that material, which is based on the welding procedure specification, which we will discuss later. So very important po that all this matter as part of the quality assurances welding are checked. Hindi po pwedeng hindi po tayo na-verify because it will tell you the traceability of all the materials, of all the consumables, whether they have been tested or not. So very important po. As I mentioned earlier, we have to make sure that the relevant WPS or the welding procedure specification and the procedure qualification record are approved and documented. Kasi po, WPS is sinasabi po nga natin it's the Bible or it's the guideline during the welding process or the production of welding of every welder. Ito po yung guide nila where all the parameters that they need to ensure that the weld metal is sound. Hindi po pwede. Otherwise, your weldment will fail if you don't follow the WPS. While the PQR, as part of the assurances that basically the procedure qualification, most of the companies, the owner, lagi po silang nagwi-witness sa PQR. Bakit po? It's because it's the evidence na yung WPS, bago po maging WPS, sigurado ka by doing all the testing, all the materials, all the consumables and sound, because at the end of it, you will have to do all the mechanical testing to make sure that the product that you will produce is sound and you can attain the strength that you need. So very, very important po na ito pong mga bagay na ito has been established already at ma-approve and ensure it's available. So, and next, the quality assurance program and the project quality plan for every, whether it's at the manufacturing stage po or on the fabrication or installation, it is very important na ma-establish po ang quality assurance program and the project quality plan because it will tell you exactly, will guide you on how you do, ano yung deliverables, ano yung requirement, ano yung dapat i-comply ng bawat isa ng subcontractor or ng yung vendor, ng manufacturer. And from there, we can see their capability in terms of na makakasigurado tayo that the product that we will receive or what we will have is definitely in good quality. Kasi if they can't even or if they don't even have this, how can we believe po na kaya nila ma-achieve or kaya nilang mag-provide ng isang maayos at magandang produkto na tatagal based on our needs. So very, very important that this plan is established. The next, which is normally part of the contract or on the engineering phase, is the NDT. You will find na dun pa lang sa engineering phase, kasi this is another assurance na yung ating weldment or yung welding po hindi mag-fail by doing the non-destructive testing. We will go on details later. In here, dinidefine na as early as during the engineering phase. Ano po ba yung mga requirement? For instance, so whatever service, whether it's a water service, kasi hindi naman po pwede na yung requirement mo sa isang corrosive service or at sa water service would be the same. So palaging, and most of this is even dictated in the code na may minimum po na binibigay sa atin si code as a guidance na ito yung dapat. But as always, the owner or the designer, siya po yung nagdi-decide, depende po sa service, which is working with the process. Kung na ito dapat, we have to be more stringent. Kasi if you don't do that, at pare-parehas lang, because you can have, if ginawa po natin like, for instance, lahat 100% ng MDT for every weld joints that you're gonna do. Baka hindi po matapos ang project kung ang iyong assumption is 3 years, it can probably end up with 10 years. Kapag ka hindi mo po ito dinifine based on the criticality and based on the service requirement and based on the minimum requirement of the code, kung ano man po ang applicable code of that certain project or certain product. So very important po na during that, the engineer has been established already. So we come to the procurement phase, which is another important phase of the project. Paano po ba natin may assure na at paano natin ma-apply yung quality assurance system of welding sa procurement? Well, to give you, let's give an example when we are fabricating a pressure vessel. So, and that involves a lot of welding and NDE. So to be able to do that, most of the companies is they're doing, of course, the assessment or what we call as the due diligence of a supplier or vendor for proper accreditation and approval into meaning to make sure that they have the quality assurance and quality plan in place to have a good product. And second, do they have the capacity to make sure, to ensure that the certain product that we have is good and we can have it on time. So on your screen, an example of a supplier assessment or a due diligence wherein, of course, nowadays, of course, sa Pilipinas, hindi pa po masyadong mandatory na you should be ISO certified, ano? But then, because when we do some due diligence sa Pilipinas, meron po talagang hindi, and they think hindi pa. So, hindi pa ganun kahigpit. But probably abroad or overseas, talagang it's a kasi automatic if you know that a company is ISO certified, they do have the system already, then you are sure na wala tayong magiging issue sa quality, and quality assurance and quality control is there. So, and part of the due diligence process is looking into their welding. Yun nga po, particularly doon sa mga fabrication companies. Ano po ba yung mga tinitingnan natin dito? Like, for welding particularly, do they have the consumable controls sa loob ng planta? How do they handle lahat ng consumables nila? Meron bang records? Mayroon po bang, are they checking the, like, if they are using welding rods, or do they have doing the proper baking, the return and issuance of the consumables? Do they follow yun bang pong mga equipment na ginagamit nila is calibrated, things like that? Hindi po pwedeng basta kani-kanino na lang ibibigay mo yung, if you're the owner and you have a $1 billion project, you cannot award any manufacturing or any product to be fabricated by a certain company which does not have a control or quality assurance in terms of welding fabrication. So we have to ensure that the process and the control in their welding is there and well implemented. Hindi po, and all the proper records are maintained, na lahat ng certificates are available. So it is very important that this process is done for every fabricating company, particularly, of course, with the fabrication. Sabi nga, I don't see a word fabrication happening if there is no welding. Kasi welding is really a part of the fabrication or assembly. So very important po that at this phase of the project, nagagawa natin yung proper assessment. Hindi yung bibili lang po tayo ng isang product, off-shelf product, especially nga po pagka malalaki yan and the project itself is huge too. That requires proper assessment. So naririyan po is a good example on how it's from management, but of course we're just focusing po. You can see from the items on the project scoring from management up to the plant operation, etc. But this is form of a process of which we ensure that you have the right vendor or supplier to do it for you. So same as I mentioned, there should always be a plan during the procurement. Okay, kayo ba, gaya ng I've mentioned earlier, if you have a $1 billion project, iaasa nyo na lang po ba yung inspection, yung assurance na lang sa iyong vendor? Of course not. You would want na magkaroon ng intervention, either ikaw or your third party or a representative, to make sure that every important or critical part of the assembly or fabrication may nag-inspect to assure po na ginagawa nila ng tama. And if you look at your screen, where on the item 1.2 is an example na meron tayong established inspection and test plan for the procurement for a certain vendor, where you have a welding consumable inspection check, where you need to check all the certificate of the materials, the quality of raw materials. So, importante po na from there you have already planned. And this kind of plan, the supplier or the vendor must comply. Hindi po pwedeng kung alin lang yung gusto nila. Otherwise, you are risking yung product. Meron po tayong risk on the product failure. Particularly, yun nga po, so if we are not looking into this, kasi marami pong mga bagay na dapat i-control pagdating po sa welding. So, to assure that they must establish the plan. And of course, they have to, during the engineering phase where we have established whatever the technical specification, we have to ensure that all this specification has been provided to the vendor as part of the contract to assure that during that phase, the requirement of the contract is complied with. Same, pagdating naman po sa fabrication and installation, how do we assure po ba in terms of this phase na yung welding mo is done? Same din po yan, exact. It's actually the same with the at the vendor premises or at the fabrication. Here you could see on the sample na yung NDT clearly specified. Nakalagay po dyan, which has been defined already. It's either, so on the contract, and of course, the requirement of the applicable code. So, for instance, if I'm going to build a boiler, I'm going to assemble a boiler. So, whatever the requirement on the ASME one, we have to make sure that it is followed. Hindi po pwedeng kung alin lang, and mostly as I mentioned earlier, ang code po natin is a minimum requirement. And it's always the prerogative of the owner kung gusto niyang maging stringent. So, to assure that yun pong magiging product natin during the fabrication is sound at ang quality niya, we have to follow. We have to make sure that all the NDE, all the inspection that is required, that is defined on the inspection and test plan or on the quality assurance program or plan is implemented and followed. And at this case po, that is why we normally in every project, we are employing inspectors to make sure that all the quality plan is implemented and they follow what is necessary to ensure that it is fabricated based on the specification and everything is inspected in accordance to the inspection and test plan. So at this, you would see that on the sample inspection and test plan, you can see your M, your H, your R, which means M is monitoring, H is for hold, R is review, and W for witness. So what I'm just trying to imply here is that in welding, it's always important that in every stage, we must identify where we should inspect. Is it before the welding? Is it during the welding? Or is it after the welding? So do we have any pre-welding inspection that need to be done to assure that the weld will not fail? So the plan na establish po natin initially, kailangan po na ito'y ma-implement ng tama. Next thing is during the fabrication or construction phase, and even on the installation, of course, to assure that all weldments will not fail, but of course, that's not 100%, we will never know. But it is very important na lahat po ng welders natin, whether it's at the vendor premise, in the subcontractor, or direct, you have to make sure that lahat po ng welders natin are qualified dun sa approved WPS. Kasi hindi po, that's the only way you can assure that yung mga weld po natin, if not 100%, will not fail. Kasi you have qualified all the welders na magpo-production welding. Kasi yun nga po, ang iniiwasan natin dito is yung double work and weld failure, of course. So itong mga welders natin, we have to qualify them on all materials if possible and all applicable positions. Hindi yun lang kasi minsan pag hindi po natin, which is always safer, is to qualify them on all applicable position kasi minsan hindi naman po lagi nating nababantayan. So you'd rather na i-qualify po sila sa lahat ng position. And another important on the quality assurance is that you have to issue or ensure that there is a welder's performance qualification record for every individual. Kasi hindi po pwede. Well, of course, it depends on the project, on the contract. But on most of the projects I've been, you can never, hindi ka pwedeng gumamit ng welder na galing sa ibang project. You always have to qualify that on your WPS. Unless it's the same company, same WPS, but on two different projects. Possible yon. And secondly, you must issue a welder's identification card for every welder so that anytime na kapag ikaw ay may quality inspector and if they are having their welder's ID, you can always check na whatever is doing during the production welding, qualified siya doon. Pwede mo ma-cross-check anytime. And some people, ang ginagawa nila, they do, as part of the control and the assurance, they do use a welder's ID on their hard hats or on their helmets to properly identify or even use a different color of helmets para po malayo pa lang alam mo na. And then you see, oh, merong naghihinang doon. And then you can always cross-check. And other thing is that you must have a register of all the qualified welders. Hindi na ma-maintain mo kasi meron pong bago, may nadadagdag, may nawawala, at may nagbabakasyon. And part of the rules also under the code, and even it's specified on the technical, on the contract, is that kapag nawala ang isang welder for a certain period of time, we have to requalify them. Hindi pa pwedeng nawala na siya 1 year, qualified na ulit, he can just come back and kasi it's a skill. So to have an assurance that they will produce a sound weld, kailangan intact po yung kanilang qualification. They are practicing. So the other part of the inspection and test plan or the project quality plan is yung part after the production welding is of course our non-destructive testing. There are several methods as defined here. Non-destructive testing is the process of inspecting, testing, evaluating materials, components, or assemblies for discontinuities or differences in characteristics without destroying the serviceability of the part of system. Yun nga po, hindi mo kailangan i-break, sirain para lang malaman mo kung siya ay okay. Kung yung weld by na yun ay sound or okay to use. So, and there are several methods po na pwede natin gawin. And the most commonly used po, of course, is yung eddy current, the magnetic particle testing, the dipene or liquid penetrant test, the volumetric testing, which is radiographic testing, and the ultrasonic, and of course, the very first one that we normally do, the visual testing. So you have to make sure that all of this, based on the applicability, yung paggamit po ng NDTs, of course, depends on the geometry, depends on the requirement. Ano po? And gaya po nung pinakita ko sa kanina, dun sa ating NDT requirements and on the inspection test plan itself, well-defined po doon na on that certain welding, on that certain line, or on that certain process, you have to 100% BT, which is given. You have to do, if it's a critical line, you have to do 100% radiography. You might do a percentage, which can be 5% or 10%, but that is defined at early stage, either in engineering and of course as requirement before you do any fabrication, because that will give you an assurance only na yung product mo is really na hindi siya mag-fail. But of course, sabi nga natin, maybe it's not 100%, but a 99.9%. If you do that, what can go wrong kapag ka po ginawa po natin ito? And all the NDT is a part of a post-welding activity to assure us that the weld is good or sound. The other post-welding activity that is required is, of course, based on the thickness of the material and the material itself, as part of to ensure that you have a sound weld is the post-welding activity, the PWHT, which is the post-weld heat treatment, that of course is designed, its purpose is to reduce the levels of tensile residual stresses in a joint. Some people we call it as a stress relieving process. Okay, and of course, if you do any post-weld heat treatment, you have to do automatically your hardness testing to see kung nasobrahan ba, kumbaga kung naluto ba natin yung material, bumalik ba siya sa dati niya, sa requirement niya in terms of its tensile, na siya ba'y bumalik sa dati. Kasi if not, kasi with that process, it could fail. Every material has a designated or a maximum hardness value. So it's very important, and it's part of an assurance of a weldment. If it went to the PWHT process, is to do a hardness testing. Okay. Well, the quality assurance on welding is nowadays is a part of contractual or statutory and international code requirement. So for the compliance with contractual agreement, I'll cite you an example on how, kung bakit siya ay embedded doon, how important that even from the beginning, you have that the quality assurance or quality control is a requirement. Hindi po pwedeng walang quality assurance and control from the beginning. So here, if you look even on your screen, is just on the engineering design and procurement agreement already, at that very phase, mayroon na pong requirement na you have to establish this quality control, which is part of the quality assurance pagdating po sa lahat ng TV. In welding po, even in some contracts that I've been, mayroon pong requirement of the rejection rate. It can be 3%, 4%, 5%. If pag sumusobra po sa 5%, normally the owner would decide na stop weld muna. We have to understand where is it coming from. And likewise, sa code compliance, which I'm going to say, pagdating po sa welder, no? Kaya importante po, and on even the actual construction period, same, inulit niya lang po, that there should be a program to assure po na makaka-create po tayo, matatapos po natin siya and it involves everything, not just welding. I'm just speaking of in general. So, nagiging requirement po siya. And then of course, part of the technique of the contract are the technical specification na dapat mag-comply ang bawat vendor, supplier, subcontractor, wherein naka-specify po doon kung ano po ba ang mga welding inspection that we should do and what types of examination that we should do and post-welding. So, sa statutory compliance po, these are just examples, no, na normally, I'm referring to the power plant, so they do have different rules for instance, I'll just take on the rule of 1160 of the boiler. It is very important na po na yun pong kasi part of the requirement, there should be testing, hydrostatic testing and everything. If kung hindi po natin babantayan and we're not gonna follow the project quality plan, the ITPs and quality assurance ng welding para sa publication ng boiler sa mga piping lines natin, we will not be able to comply because there are certain requirements of the DOLE na kailangan mong like for instance, one of the requirement is that the NDE certificates and the hydrostatic testing for you to be able to apply for a permit to operate and things like that. So, importante na though it's a consequential, importante po na kasi kung hindi mo if you cannot achieve the test certificate, then you will not be able to get your permit or your license. Though it's not directly up, but if you control and you ensure that all your welding processes are controlled and you have the assurance, then makaka-comply po sa requirement, sa statutory requirements or compliance. So these are just example kung alin po yung mga sa power plant po, normally mga hinahanapan po with the DOLE. And there are plenty of them. And of course, some of them are directly related with welding to comply with it. So, I want to go to a specific example, an example of an impact in case of non-compliance of the quality assurance during welding. I'll just give you 2 examples here, which is said, it may result to a downtime or loss of profit, or an additional cost for maintenance and repair works. So let's go to a scenario. The photos that I have used are just taken from the internet. Now, I don't know which plant it is. So we'll take a scenario on where yung quality assurance on welding is very critical. So what would be the event na nangyari? So you had a tube leak in a boiler water wall. So upon investigation, it was that there was a crack identified on weld joints. And furthermore, the crack it's a failure on weld due to the stress corrosion cracking. So anong nangyari? So what would be the impact? Ano po ba yung naging impact nito kay planta? So of course, it's a plant shutdown. So hindi maka-operate kasi mayroon kang leakage sa boiler and you cannot continue operating. So there will be a forced outage. The next thing is downtime or loss of profit. You would imagine if a certain power plant is earning, say, 1 million peso a day or 100,000 or 500,000 pesos a day. If you have a downtime of 1 month to complete that or at least 15 days, so you could imagine kung gaano kalaki yung losses mo. So it is very important that yun nga po, that most of companies, of course, you have to invest in terms of quality assurance and quality control. But of course, it may equivalent price yan. For power plant like sa Pilipinas, if you have a sudden shutdown, unscheduled shutdown, ang impact niyan, may impact siya sa power grid and sa consumers. It can mean a rotational brownout, I don't know, but it can impact. It's not just yung loss of profit, but of course the other thing is meron siyang epekto sa atin as consumers. And of course, dahil mayroon kang repair, meron kang additional cost. So yun yung mga sample impact na kapag tayo hindi natin yan na nabantayan or na-implement, merong major impact. So in here, I've seen a photo on how that failed, a sample photo. So we need to, we have to cut the boiler water tubes, those that are leaking. And of course, kasi just for everybody's information, the stress corrosion cracking kasi is always a 3-factor. You have 3 factors. That is one, which of course is your susceptible material. Next is your environment. And the third, of course, is your tensile. So you have to make sure it is within the right threshold. So if those 3 are present, then you have a problem, definitely. So in this case, it is defined that the material is susceptible. Then next thing is there is a wet environment that can create this issue. Now, for the thing doon sa tensile, how is it related to welding? Right? Paano napasama? It was found out that during the investigation process, which I'm going to come later on the next slide, that there was a problem on the weld itself, on the hardness value. So additional cost and everything. So investigation-wise, to understand is that, of course, you have to remove the clad. They did remove the cladding, and it was identified the cracks using the applicable NDT method, which in case we did the dye penitent test, and you can see from your screen how the visible crack. Then, as mentioned, we check ano ba problema? Bakit nagka-crack sila? So we conducted a hardness testing, and it's found na yung hardness value ng welds is mataas siya sa threshold sa Brinell hardness value niya. If you have 100, like a requirement of 100, then probably you're getting 200. So the material is brittle, is already hard, which means if it is hard, can be brittle. No, can be a cause of failure. So then, ano ba yung way to do it? How can we solve it? Of course, if you have a 3-component factor, then the only way to assure na it's not gonna happen is to remove one. And to remove one, so alin ba yung pinakamabilis? Hindi mo naman pwedeng paltan lahat ng materials mo at that stage. Nor hindi mo rin pwedeng palitan yung environment kasi that's the operational condition and it was designed. So yung patatlo na lang, which is yung kanyang tensile value or yung hardness value is to reduce it to make sure na siya within the threshold para ma-eliminate. So, and that can only be done by doing the stress relieving or PWHT. So, what did we do? Ano ba yung pwedeng gawin sa welding process? How can you assure that it's not going to happen? So, as I mentioned, you have to eliminate at least one of the SCC factor by applying the stress relieving on the PWH or PWH on the welded joint. So you have to do it. So what else can you do? Well, when you do the replacement, you have to ensure that all the welding parameters and the essential variables as per WPS is complied. And it is found that by retarded cooling process, by controlling the speed, the hardness of the weld without doing the stress relieving yet has reduced its value. So it is very important to assure in welding. Of course, it's dependent po sa kung ano po yung gusto nating ma-achieve. It is very important. So ang ano depends on what your intention, but it's always important that in a welding process for weld assurance, you have to make sure that you followed all the parameters and all the checks has been done. Like if there is a preheating, you have to follow the preheating before you commence on the welding. But all of those, sa gaya nga po ng sabi ko, is nasa WPS. And of course, during welding, you have to, because we found na hard yung ano, so you have to make or reduce the interpass temperature. And that's another option. And if really it's impossible, because these are, kung maliit po, impossible to do that, then ang last resort nga po, yun pong stress relieving of PWH to ensure na na-eliminate mo yung process. And you have to do all the necessary checks. Hindi po pwedeng palagpasin. So, and look, other example of welding, weld failure is in a transmission line. This is a photos taken from the net as well, that it's a failure on the joint. So you could imagine if you have a transmission line that failed, a tower that failed on the welding, so it can mean again a shutdown. There won't be any power on the grid, of course, which can be detrimental. Of course, it can cause life, of course, and it can be, you can say it's catastrophic in the sense that you can shut down the power in the grid and there won't be any power on the whole. And the above photo you can see, it's a failure, an example of a pressure vessel during on a testing. So that it failed on the weld itself. We can make so many examples in terms of this. Kasi po, maybe gaya po nung example at the beginning of the video, the testing failed. So ang impact po nun, double work, uulitin. So siguro yung question maaring itanong natin kanina, did we test the boiler? Did we test? Yes, we did. We have done the test. But how did it fail? Yun nga po. But you know that sometimes yun pong maybe it's not a requirement. Bakit hindi ginawa ang PWHC or stress relieving at the beginning? It's because it's not a requirement by the code at the time or of the specification, but then by investigation and understanding of the welding itself, it was found out na necessary siya to eliminate the problem. So what I'm saying po in conclusion is that the quality assurance really plays a very important role during the welding in all phases of the project, from engineering, from procurement, from construction and installation. Because by providing an effective quality assurance and project quality plan, it will only assure the best quality product and will provide better services or good reputation, stability, and of course may protect life in case of any failure in terms of catastrophic failure of a plant. Kasi may makikita kayo po na mga sumasabog. We will never know that it could be started on a weld failure. Ano po na hazardous area. Ano po that could have triggered because of the medium could fail because of failure in a weld. So, and also by doing so, you may avoid the damage to property, and of course, by having that, of course, for a continuous operation, that will give a continual profit for the owner. So, on your logo, so importante, quality assurance is a process. So, on this cycle, you have to establish it, you have to monitor it, make the process, do the corrective action, and of course, verify corrective action and implement corrective action. So it is very important that at the very, very beginning of this EPCI, we have established all the necessary controls and assurance for the welding. And I think that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Engineer Haringal, for that informative presentation. Students, you may drop your questions to our chat box, and you can also raise your hand if you would like to ask the question yourself. Great. I believe we have a question here. All right, let me just check that. All right, so hi, Sir Chris, in welding joint, how many % of the total joint could undergo non-destructive test?
All right. As I have mentioned earlier po, subjective po yan. First thing is, you have to meet the minimal requirement of the applicable code. Kung ano pong binild ninyo, kung pressure vessel yan is defined already by ASME 8. No? So depende po. Now, it is already during the design phase on the engineering, it is also defined on the basis of ano po ba yung process, ano yung medium, is it hazardous, is it critical in service, then you may have 100%, but you may also have a percentage which is probably 5%, 10%, or 20%. Depende po but that doesn't mean, parang yun nga po yung example ko kanina, kapag po ba ang service mo ay water or a fire water line, would you want 100% NDT on all of them? So it is defined on the basis of its criticality and as a minimum based on the applicable code po. But it's laging depende. If the owner wants a more stringent, then that's fine. Because gusto lang niyang ma-assure na yung line niya is not going to fail, or his equipment is not going to fail. Because you can have 100% on all of them, whichever is applicable, but that doesn't help in terms of timeline. Kasi tatagal if you do too much, which is sometimes overkill, hindi naman kailangan.
All right, very well said. All right, Sir Chris, thank you. And that question is from Benji Andrino or Sabia. All right, next question. Do we have any question, students? Engineers, do you have any questions? All right. Engineer Adrian?
Yes, thank you. Sana pag-acknowledge ng engineer.
Actually, maganda yung presentation. I'm just curious lang, sir, Engineer Christopher. So, curious lang ako. So,
when it comes to quality assurance, no? And then we also talked about yung design, no? Nag-usapan. So yung sa field niyo, sir, sa welding engineering management, how heavy yung influence or involvement ng quality assurance when it comes sa design phase pa lang? So meron bang say or paano ba, sir, ano natin when it comes to quality assurance? Alam naman natin yung safety, katulad na banggit, is very important, but how heavy is involvement ng quality assurance sa front loading na tinatawag natin?
Well, thank you for that question. Actually, sir, sa pag-engineering, sabi ko nga dun sa front-end engineering design and detailed, wala po masyado kapag po pagka po ikaw, depends po sa structure ng company, meron kasing company na ini-involve na yung based on expertise on the perspective po ng kumpanya. Meron kasing yun nga po, depende dun sa kumpanya yun kung kailan ka papapasukin. And nagkakaroon po kami ng experience na even we are questioning what has been established during the engineering phase. Kasi po, sa amin, bakit merong critical or non-critical process na dapat ito mas stringent dapat pero hindi nila ginagawa. And it always boils down sa agreement or ano po ba yung basihan ni process engineering at saka po ni design engineering. But always we would appreciate pagka po isinasama for the review process itself during the feed. May cases po na during that period, sa review process po, humihingi po ng input, particularly sa pagdating sa NDT. Kasi it's more an expertise po ng welding engineering people or welding engineer. Pagdating yung applicable, kasi you can have a combination po of application of NDT. Minsan overlook nila na they would think that na sufficient to, but no, it's not. Based on experience or based on studies na hindi. So yun po. Pero tama po yung very minimal but subjective po yan sa project or sa company during the engineering or the feed phase po or detailed design.
Sir, in your view, ano ba, sir? Mas okay ba na mas ma-involve early phase?
Yeah, ako po, I would say yes. I would say yes in the sense that dahil nga po yung application po kasi ni NDT hindi naman po I would say depend kung ang nature po ng nagde-design is well off pagdating sa welding engineering as well. But if it's just more on process or on the mechanical design, maybe that would be different.
So dun, sir, lumalabas yung parang integration natin, sir. So integrating nito mga ating different from design, dapat ma-involve na yung welding engineering management at the beginning, pero depende pa rin sa project management siguro in total kung paano nila atakikin yung parang project. So ito siguro, sir, yung sabi natin na paano natin integrate tong three technical divisions or expertise ng natin, sir. So yes. Thank you very much, sir, sa question. Sa answer mo.
Fully agree po.
Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Adrian. We have another question from our WEMTD chairman, Engineer Andy Tipasupil.
Thank you, Ms. Mika. Good afternoon. Just to actually addition to that question, answer dun sa tinanong ni Engineer Adrian. Ang itatanong ko first ay kay Engineer Karinga, may part ba ng like stress corrosion cracking sa code? Sometimes really particular for P1 material, which is carbon steel. Normally we don't have a PWHT, but if the process ay required ng mga stress corrosion damage mechanism, which regardless of the thickness, ito yung meron bang integration yun, yung complement dun or addition to the question of Chairman Adrian? Instances now we are adding the NDT and PWHT to avoid experienceado yung nagdi-design and dumadaan sa review ng process engineers and corrosion or material engineering.
Okay, thank you for that question, Chairman Andy. So basically, kasi po the issue here is that like what I've given the example, if you go to a design engineer, they will not require, because the code itself does not require it. It's always just the lesson learned on the basis po na it is happening, it is occurring. So yun lang yung time na mai-integrate mo siya. Kasi if I'm on the APC side, I'm not going to do why. It's because it's an added expenses for me. Why should I do it? But then, if being the owner or being as an experienced, you have to do it. This because may basihan na eh. You have na basihan. Otherwise, then you will just have to have or suffer the same problem if you know already na you have yun nga po, the three factors that most probably it's gonna fail if you don't eliminate one of them. So to me, yung integration would be there, the input should be there in terms of dahil meron ka, and it would be the best interest na palagi na magkaroon na ma-incorporate po si well to the design phase or to ensure na walang pong same nature of failure that we will have if we know already it on hand. Kasi unless i-insist pa yan kahit insist ni EPC, I would rather say that we have to do it.
Thank you very much. It's you answered the question. For that one, Engineer Adrian or Chairman Adrian, it will be part of the specifications about if there is some requirements above sa code, it will be part of the specification of the owner or the client based on the process perspective. Thank you, Engineer Karingal. Thank you.
Thank you sa clarification.
All right, okay, thank you, Chairman. And we have another question from, this is from Billy Penana. Can you replace RT with UT?
Okay, thank you for that question. Basically, as I've mentioned, both RT and UT are volumetric inspection method, okay? Now, both of them have an advantage and disadvantage. It's subject always to the restriction why you will use UT, but as always, the preference is radiography and you do your UT. But you can use UT because probably there is no accessibility issue, there's a geometry issue, or you can do both. But it's a subjective, we cannot generalize that you can replace it. And at the end, it is being agreed and discussed because even the code itself, yun nga, either po depends on the application. But I cannot generally say that you can replace it. Kaya nga po, minsan you have to use both to ensure that there is no defects on a certain weld.
All right, okay. Thank you for your answer. Now we have another question here from Roberto Ibanez. Sir, you mentioned that the welding process will be determined, specified, typed, and selected in feed. The WPS document will develop only the EPC stage.
Yes, basically it's not determined on the feed. On the detailed design engineering, before you go to, because from feed to this detailed design engineering, then you go to the construction. So before you go to the construction phase, basically, that is already defined. So basically, the purpose of the WPS, based on every design, will have the welding, right? So you must ensure that before a WPS has been documented, you have to do all the, para po bang sinabi natin na ito yung aking configuration, I have to do I have to do the welding based on the process. You have to define the process based on the, marami po yan Ano po bang materyales niyan? Ano po bang configuration niyan? Alin po ba yung mas applicable? Alin po ba yung mas marami tayong mapuproduce? Marami pong consideration on which that's why po you will end up with a plenty of WPSs that you are creating. So before that hand po kasi, before creating the WPS, it's actually the PQR that comes first. where you validate that well joint design, the material, the consumables and everything, and then it turns to a WPS. So yung phase po na yun will come actually once this detailed design or the final design has been issued and approved. Then you will start doing your procedure qualification and turn into WPS po.
And we're down to the last question. The remaining questions, we will answer it by email, but let me read the last one here from Arnel Miranda. Sir, difference po ng WPS, PQR, and WPQR.
Okay. So PQR, as mentioned, is the procedure qualification record. It is the period na wherein you do a trial test of the material, the consumables based on the design configuration and based on all the essential variables of that component. And then you do a testing for every material, every element, you must attain the mechanical properties of that material, of that weldment. So it is only then that you will produce that from PQR that you would say, because every consumables, the parent metal has its own strength also. So it has to be proven that by using all those configuration materials, you get the required mechanical properties. That is the PQR. And if the PQR qualifies and pass all the mechanical testing that is needed, all right, like Ventes, etc., macro, etc., all the tests, if passed, then even that PQR, then you create a WPS out of the PQR. And most of them, you will end up one PQR with so many WPS because you can derive so many WPS based on the parameters or on the range that is given. Because you can remember, materials have groupings. Likewise, you have groupings also for consumables. So while for the WPQR, which I assume that WPQR, are you referring to the welder's performance qualification record? If that's just a record, if that's the case, it's just the record of the qualification of the welders on that tells exactly what are his capacities or his range, kung ano, based on his actual performance, ito yung mga kaya niyang gawin. If he's referring to the WPQR as the welding performance qualification record.
Much, Engineer Karingal. Now, please fill out the feedback form, participants, regarding the technical presentation you have just completed. This will ensure that you have learned from the technical presentation and for us to facilitate your CPD points. You may also scan the QR code that you can see on the screen, and your 5 minutes starts now. All right, and we would like to recognize the presence of the following IPP Engineer Ronnie Maligmat, the immediate past VPME Engineer Noy Pangilinan, PSME Metro South Chapter President Engineer Deo Villanueva, governing boards of PMTD, WEMTD, and MDFTD. All right, students. It's 4 minutes and 35 seconds. More. All right, okay, and all right, a shout out to our supportive members of Engineer Zimri Esguerra, Engineer Renan Cachon, Engineer Mark Ardi Sagid, Engineer Jenny Aregor, Engineer Franco Tolentino, Engineer Adrian Leon Gabriel, Engineer Sherwin Solis, Engineer Alden Layagin, Engineer Ritzy Argota. And greetings from your former student, Engineer Reynald Ramos and Engineer Lloyd Christian Pineda. They would like to say hi to Engineer Fernando Constantino. And greetings from your former students. This is for Engineer Felizardo S. Camilon, Senior. And then this is from Engineer Michael and Engineer Jason. And we would like to also greet the head of engineering in Marinduque State College. This is for Engineer Jill Magdurulan and Engineer Aubrey Lanot. Hi to all the Marinduqueños. I'm from Marinduque and also Engineer Reynald Ramos. And shout out to Southern Luzon State University. That's a PSME Saudi Arabia chapter. Engineer Nilo, Engineer Ramil Makiling, Engineer Aristotle Rivera. Okay, students, we have 2 minutes and 39 seconds. And thank you for your unwavering support. PSME Technical Division Secretary, Ms. Yvonne Malikdam. Hope to meet you soon, Engineer or Ms. Yvonne. All right, 2 minutes and 21 seconds. Chairman Andy, would you like to speak up?
Miss Mika, oo, kanina yon regarding yung clarification or addition to Engineer Karingal this isang question if sa substitute ng UT ang radiography in other sense based on the code, we can do that one. We can allow as long as in the UT they can demonstrate how to record, and we can use also an advanced UT like phase array UT, which we experience here, and required a procedure as per the guidelines. Kung masusupplement yon, and then RT can be substitute. Although as per the code and Mr. Engineer Karinga said, may mga limitation ang bawat technique. Yun lang, Ms. Meka. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Engineer. All right, students, we have 1 minute and 10 seconds. All right, please fill out that form because we need that for your CPD points. All right, I'd like to say hi to my Ina, Baby Manzano, and Santa Cruz Marinduque. Ina, Ama, and Skylar, and also to the mother and to the parents of Engineer Reynald Ramos, Mama, Mrs. Ramos, Mrs. Ligaya Ramos. 35 seconds. All right, okay, almost done. And again, guys, I'd like to stress that you should take notes of all the information that we're learning today. It'll be helpful in the future. All right, okay. Thank you very much for taking time to fill out the form. Now, the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers would like to, and the first Joint Technical Conference awards this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Christopher G. Karingal, RMEE, for providing outstanding support as technical speaker on the topic Quality Assurance on Welding during EPCI stages. First Joint Technical Conference of PMTD, WEMTD, and MDFTD. This is signed by Engineer Melanie P. Banayos, Engineer Feliciano C. Perater, Engineer Simon Turno III, Engineer Andy Di Pasupil, Engineer Sunny Kalma, and Engineer Adrian Makasaki.
Thank you very much.
All right, okay. And now to introduce our third technical speaker, let's call on Engineer Jason Aquino, PMTD Membership Director. Engineer Jason, the Zoom floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. MC. Dear guests and fellow engineers, good evening, the Philippines, and good afternoon in the Middle East. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. He is a registered mechanical engineer with 20 years of professional experience in manufacturing and construction environment. A Dean's Lister, scholar and quizzer of Technological University of the Philippines, and served as Department Student Council President for BS Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, an internal and external auditor for ISO 9001, 14001, 45001. Once acted as management representative for a year on his current employer. He is a well-versed on lean manufacturing and production reform activities. He leads also application of database management system. He has been working as plant manager with USG Middle East since 2018. In 2020, he was a recipient of Most Outstanding Officer for his service as Chapter Assistant Business Manager of PSME Saudi Arabia Chapter. In 2021, he was awarded Excellence and Presidential Awardee for his service as Chapter Secretary of PSME Saudi Arabia Chapter. Also, he is a PSME National Awardee as Most Outstanding Member for 2021, elected as Vice President for Technical Affairs of PSME Saudi Arabia Chapter for the year 2022, appointed as the second Vice Chairman of Project Management Technical Division. He is also currently involved with community and civic group as Chapter Archivist for Knights and Rizal EPCC. Members of Board of Trustees for Pinas Sahi, Vice President for Sports and AFCS-COM, members of both Batangas Saudi 101 Lions Club and Spartan Knights Eagles Club. He is currently the appointed National Deputy Vice President for Training and Education. Without further ado, let us welcome Engineer Asiano Ian Defensor.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? Thank you so much, Engineer Jason Aquino, for that wonderful introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. Let me allow me to greet first our National Board of Directors, headed by our National President, Engineer Melanie Banayos, the TD Chairman of this first Joint Technical Conference of PMTD, WMTD, and MDFTD Chairman Sani Kalma of Project Management Technical Division, Chairman Andy D. Pasupil of Welding and Engineering Technical Division, and Chairman Andrian Makasakit of Machine Design and Fabrication Technical Division, and all of the governing boards of the said TDs. They are the first three TD chairman that na nakilala ko dito actually when I started dealing with technical divisions, and I could say that the most active one. And of course, to the chairman of the event, Engineer Reynald Ramos, and the co-chairman, Engineer Michael Miranda, very promising governing board of PMTD. I'm privileged and honored to be one of the technical speakers, though with the short notice, agile project management, there should be always a plan B and even plan C, and that is being proactive for certain situations like this. Okay, let me share my presentation. You would not be seeing me actually because my iPad will not allow it. Okay, let me. So I will be discussing about quality management, an agile approach to quality. So when you say agile, when I first heard about that word previously, medyo mahirap intindihin agile. Ano ba ang agile? And it is for sure, marami sa atin ang hindi nakakaalam dyan. And on this day, you will be knowing that word. So the objective is to be able to let the attendees learn about agile project management and to let attendees grasp mentally the knowledge of agile approach to quality. And the outline introduction to Agile project management, the 5 main phases of APM, the key factors, and Agile approach to quality. So what is Agile project management? It is an iterative approach to planning and guiding project processes that break them down into smaller cycles called sprints or iterations. Dito, may word na sprints and iteration. Makikita nyo rin yung mamaya what are the difference between these two. And iterative approach, what does it mean? Meaning it's incremental. Nabanggit din ito ng first speaker actually, yung iterative doon sa kanyang presentation. Ibig sabihin may stages, may gradual improvement. Okay, so makikita nyo dito sa right side, Agile project management. You have their Scrum. Okay, we will be explaining that. And then we have the retrospective. Ano ibig sabihin ng retrospective? This is a regular meeting being done right after the sprint or the iterations. Flexibility dito, ma-explain ko rin mamaya, it would be the time, scope, and the budget. And then the backlogs, we have the product backlogs. Ano ba yung meron dyan? And Kanban, this is actually coming from lean manufacturing. And it's a visual management that allows to let the project be visible and transparent. Diba? Lahat ng informations on that project should be available on the board. You don't have to ask for that. Okay. So iterative approach means the software or product development process is split into multiple explicit iterations or versions. It's delivering some valuable improvements or additional features. So maliliit siya na stages. So as you do that, and then later on you will have the product at the last later part. So you have to do that so that you will be able to know what you have to do the next process. May adjustment ka na gagawin in every iterative iterations or what you call that iterations. So you will be able to know what you will have to do on the next process. So it is estimated that about 95% of the organizations have adopted Agile in one form or another. Ibig sabihin, very effective ang Agile. 95% of all the organizations. So 5% lang hindi nag-a-apply. Maybe they are doing it already, pero hindi nila alam na ginagawa na nila ang Agile management. Yun, hindi lang nila na-define yung process. So project management phases, ito yung ordinary project management phases. You have initiation, planning, execution, performance monitoring, and project close. Dito sa initiation, there is what we call project definition. Doon ini-explore natin yung alternative solutions to meet project requirements. In-emphasize ko lang itong word kasi part of the examination. Okay, so we have initiations, planning, execution. So these 5 items actually came from part of PDCA. Parang ganun din yan. Plan, do, check, and act. So planning, execution, performance, and project close, which was derived from Deming's law. Agile, as a collective term for a general iterative approach to projects and set of methods including Scrum, yung Scrum process, and SAFE or Scaled Agile Framework, and DSDM. Hindi ko na kailangan i-elaborate ito, masyadong mahaba ito actually itong dalawang. There is a certification actually for SAFE or SAFE, separate from PMP. So another broad topic. So dito sa Dynamic System Development Framework, we have to focus on the business needs, deliver on time, cooperate and cooperate and collaborate. Never compromise quality, which was discussed by the previous speaker. Demonstrate control. So each process should have a control. Develop iteratively and build incrementally. Itong dalawang to halos the same definition kasi when you do it iteratively, you are doing it incrementally. So communicate continuously. Ito very important yung communication in any situation. Sa Scrum process, makikita nyo dito may vision, user stories. Yung user stories, na-derive yan during the early stage of the project when there is brainstorming na ginagawa. So the project team will come up with user stories. And then we have sprint backlogs. Dito, nilalagay na nila yung priorities. So yung pinaka priority and then the least priority on the bottom. Okay, and then you have the Scrum Master, and then you have 24 hours there, and then you have stand-up, daily stand-up. Ibig sabihin, they have a meeting, daily meeting that they are conducting on every Scrum, okay, or on every sprint. Yan. There are 5 main phases involved in the APM process. So ganito yan. So we have envision. The project and overall product are first conceptualized in this phase, and the needs of the end customers are identified. This phase also determines who is going to work on the project and its stakeholder. So dito sa part nito, dinidefine kung ano ba yung sino ba ang mga stakeholders. First, of course, we have vision. Ano ba yung vision ng project to be able to be, usually yan yung highest standard, okay? The first to build something different building, like a customized building, ganyan. So yung mga ganung vision. And then yung stakeholder, you have internal stakeholder, you have also external stakeholders. So you have to define that. Ano ba yung mga external stakeholders? We have suppliers, the society, government, creditors, shareholders, the customers, of course. And then you have the internal stakeholders, you have the employee, the managers, and the owner. So lahat yan i-define. And then you have the roadmap or the product roadmap and the product backlog. Dito kanina, in-explain ko kanina, ano ba yung mga product backlog. Okay, ipakita ko lang ito. Ito yon. We have one tool that we are using, Moscow. They call it Moscow. MSCW. Actually, wala yung O. So, must have these fundamental features. But ano ba yung mga kailangan na, immediate na kailangan. And then should have the features that are important, but this a short-term work around for them. Considered mandatory if no time constraint. So ito yung possible na pag may time constraint, magiging mandatory. And could have, this is, if it does not affect anything else, and won't have this time but would like in the future, this is desired but acknowledged as required to come at a later release. So hindi naman kinakailangan. So yung mga priorities na yan, so pinagpapatong-patong yan. And then of course you have to prioritize kung ano yung nasa ibabaw. So you must have. Okay. There are 5 main phases involved in the APM process. So ito nga yung pangalawa, speculate. This phase involves creating the initial requirement for the product. Ano ba yung mga kailangan dun sa product? Teams will work together to brainstorm a features list of the final product. So, iisa-isahin ng kanyan, iisa-isahin ng product team, okay? Project team. So, you have there the product backlog, and then you have the release, isa-isahin uli, and then you have the sprints. Okay? Dito sa sprints, sinasuggest na kung ano yung mga detailed activities na gagawin. Okay, and then you have So makikita nyo dito sa iterations, ano ba yung pagkakaiba ng sprint sa iteration? So an iteration can be a sprint, but a sprint cannot be an iteration. Okay, so mas detailed yung iteration actually. It back ups the sprint. Yun yun. So yung stages na yan, nangyayari. So when you finish an iteration, nag-i-improve yung progress ng project. Okay, makikita natin later on the latter part. Okay. And then explore. The project work on with a focus on staying within project constraints, but teams will also explore alternatives to fulfill project requirements. Ano ba yung mga constraints ng project? You have the scope, of course, the time and the cost. And usually, ang time ang hindi nababago kasi yan ang usually requirement ng owner o ng customer na may kailangan silang i-meet na time o deadline. Kasi the more you exceed on that deadline, nawawala rin yung opportunity for that project na magamit yung project. So, ang adjustment, usually nagkakaroon ng adjustment sa scope and sa cost, pero time hindi pwedeng mabago. Pero depende na rin sa customer kung gusto niyang baguhin yung time. Pero mostly time is hindi nag-change yan. Okay. So makikita nyo, triangular siya. Once you move time and scope, okay, mag-move din yung cost. Okay? And then you move cost and scope, mag-move din yung time. Ganun yung concept niya kaya sa triangular. Okay. The results are on cost.
We're having a little technical glitch, and while we're waiting for Engineer Defensor to come back, we can have our photo shoot. And guys, get ready. Please turn on your camera. And Engineer Michael Miranda, please facilitate our photo shoot.
Sorry, I was cut.
All right.
Yeah.
Hi. Okay. Welcome back, Engineer Defensor. All right, Engineer Defensor. While you were away, we're okay.
Ito sa triangle, ano? So,
I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, let's proceed, Engineer Defensor.
you can proceed with the photo shoot if you want. It's fine. Okay lang. Sige.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Everyone, please turn on your camera, and Engineer Miranda, please take over for the photo shoot.
Please open your camera and then smile. So we have 5 slides. So we don't know where our face will come. So on our first slide, smile, 1, 2, 3. Our second slide, 1, 2, 3, smile. Our third slide, 1, 2, 3, smile. Fourth slide, 1, 2, 3, smile. And our last slide, 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you. Back to you, Madam M.
All right, okay, thank you. And let's go back to Engineer Defensor. And let's continue the presentation. Back to you, Engineer Defensor.
Thank you. So I left here, I think, on the triangle for time, scope, and cost. So the time can be changed when
Engineer Ian.
but yes, you can hear me? Nawawala talaga. Is it visible, MC?
Busy too.
Please proceed.
Okay. So here on this part of on the face of the agile project management process, explore the project work on with a focus on staying within project constraints. So yung constraints dito is yung scope, yung cost, and time. And when you move the scope, when you have additional scope, time can be affected. Pero siyempre, pwede kang magdagdag ng tao, and that would be at the same time, hindi ma-adjust. And ang ma-adjust doon is yung cost. Actually, lalaki ang cost mo kasi you have to add manpower. And then when you for the scope, okay, kahit mag-change ang scope, time and cost can be still the same. Okay? Kahit hindi mag-change yung time and cost, and yung scope mag-change, okay lang yan. Okay? Kasi nga, usually pag ang scope nag-change, may additional yan. It will be adjusted on the scope of the project, and that would be on the arrangement on the owner and the contractor. And then for the budget, time is rigid, but the scope and the budget has to be adjusted. Okay? When you adjust scope, o yun na nga yung sinabi ko kanina, when you adjust scope, lumaki yung scope, lumaki ang cost, time can be the same, okay? But you have to, yun nga, you have to add manpower, you have to add resources. Okay. On the fourth one, adapt. Delivered results are reviewed and team are adapt as needed. So this phase focuses on changes or corrections that occurred based on customer and staff perspective. Feedback should be constantly given. So very important to give feedback, okay, in every iterations para magkakaroon man ng adjustment on the next iterations. Kaya nga meron silang tinatawag na daily scrum. They do meetings, stand-up meetings to discuss about the project or that part of this iteration or iteration, yes. Dinidiscuss nila lahat ng concerns, lahat ng constraints, okay? And then they will adjust on that day. And then during the execution, magkakaroon silang problema. And the next day, meron uling meeting that will be adapted on that next iteration. So the project should improve with each iteration. So dapat nag-i-improve siya. Kasi pag walang improvement, tatagal siya. So you will have a problem with your time. Okay, and then The last one is closed. The final project is measured against updated requirements. Mistakes or issues encountered within the process should be reviewed to avoid similar issues in the future. So dito yung the lesson learned is being generated. You have to identify, document, analyze, and store and retrieve your lesson learned. May nabanggit, usually nababanggit lagi, bakit lagi may lesson learned? Hindi naman kumbaga hindi nag-i-improve. Bakit hindi nag-i-improve? But lagi may lesson learned. Kaya nga siya agile, or at the same time, ang project management is unique. When you say unique, it's always different. So pag different, laging different ang project or activity, of course you won't be able to know kung ano yung mga constraints, ano yung mga problema. So laging may lesson learned talaga, hindi mawawala yan. And it doesn't mean na yung lesson learned na ginawa mo for that certain project will be applicable to another project. Hindi laging ganon. And kaya nga unique magkaiba. So may changes sa manpower, may changes sa venue, sa location, may changes sa equipment. Okay, even sa lahat, even the management could change. So, and even the procedures would change. Kaya nga, laging unique. Ang project is always unique. Kaya very special yung how do we deal projects, so is special siya. And then we have celebrate success. Of course, when you complete the project, you have to celebrate your success. Okay, this is the following key factors of an agile approach combined to deliver quality. Ito yun yung talagang main goal of this presentation. Okay, an agile approach to quality. There is an integrated team involving end user and other key stakeholders throughout, steering the solution towards meeting their business needs. Requirements are validated as the project progresses, not during final acceptance testing. So meaning, yung requirement is being checked every time, even in each iterations, chine-check na yan. You don't have to wait to complete the project to be able bago mo i-check yung requirement. Of course, it will be costly. Yun. And then requirement prioritization and risk management are a team activity, looking at all stakeholders' perspective holistically and ensuring that no one's requirements are ignored or overlooked. So very important na you have your risk management, you have your prioritization on your requirement, and then no requirements are ignored. Okay, you have to check everything. Incremental development allows progressive understanding of what a good solution will do and how it will work. Building tomorrow's solutions today, not yesterday's solution. So you have to be proactive. You have to think on how, what solutions you have to do on a certain possible problem or a risk. It was stated here na tomorrow's solution, not building tomorrow's solution today. Hindi ganon. So you have to think of solutions prior to a possible problem, a possible risk. Okay. Very hard. Actually, sa quality management system, ito yung tinatawag natin preventive action, which is hindi naging feasible to implement during 2015 versions of ISO. 2008 version of ISO 9001. In 2015, binago na nila, risk assessment na siya, hindi na siya preventive action kasi nga nahihirapan mag-provide ng possible problem and you will do something about it. Napakahirap. Acceptance testing is embedded at every step. there can be no build up or untested features that demand the work later. So every step you have to do testing. Okay? So mahirap na mag-conduct ka ng testing at the end and you will have a rework later. It will be big. Okay. In Agile project management, so dito, it explains that hindi lang responsibility ng project manager. It involves everyone. Okay? The project team have responsibility for deciding how the product will be created, how activities will be divided among its members, and how their work will be organized. So, yung buong team ang may involved, hindi lang yung project manager. Ito yung tinatawag na empower. You have to empower everybody. Okay, hindi lang yung nasa taas ang magdidictate kung ano yung gagawin. Especially ang mga activities being done by your staff. Sila ang nakakalam ng process, sila rin yung process owner. Of course, they know how to do it, they know what will happen, and they know what's the possible risk on that process. So mas maganda na sila talaga yung mag-decide, hindi lang yung project manager. Yun yung Agile project na tawag. Dito yung difference between total quality management and agile development. So dito nga, when you say on the first law, focus on delivering project objectives for TQM, and focus on constant improvement of delivered product. So ibig sabihin, you do improvement continually or constantly sa agile. Kaya nga every alterations, meron kang improvement. Adapt to established requirements for TQM and then adapts to customer changing demands. Sa Agile project management kasi nagbabago yung demand ng customer. So the project should be able to adapt on the changing demand of the customer. Comprehensive documentation is mandatory, while on agile development, working software, may software na ginagamit. So more efficient. And then progress is monitored through reports and periodical meetings, while for agile development, progress is monitored through daily meetings. So hindi lang siya periodically. Pag periodically, it could be daily, pero dito sa agile development, it is required to have it daily. Talagang sinasabi niyang daily. Dito sa TQM, periodically. It can be daily, it can be weekly. So, inaalaw niya pa na mas mahaba ang interval. Pero sa agile development, it requires on a daily basis yung meetings. Defines working products criteria. While for agile development, works with user stories. Yun nga yung sa brainstorming na generate ng mga project members, okay? You will have user stories. The active response to change. While agile development, you have proactive. Proactive na siya. Okay, corrective yung dito sa kabila. Nag-change and then they will correct. While on agile development, you have to foresee kung ano yung mga changes later on and you will do your actions, your plans on that situation when it occurs. Mangyayari pa lang. Sustainable development, the same for both. Complex solutions, more simpler for agile development. Considers that the best decisions are made by professionals. And dito makikita nyo that it allows everybody self-organize. It gives freedom to team members. Binanggit ito actually ni Chairman Sani sa isang group chat namin kanina. Self-organize yung team without the supervision of the project manager or our chairman for the project management. So self-organize, it allows everybody to move without the project manager. So alam na dapat nilang gawin. So ibig sabihin, they are well-informed, they are well-trained. gives power to team leader and gives power to team members. Yun nga. So empowerment for team members. Hindi lang yung team leader. Yun yung pagkakaiba ng agile development or agile approach to quality while compared to traditional quality management. So the role of the product owner. Ano ba yung role ng product owner? Makikita nyo dito sa illustration siya halos ang point of contact. Kaya niya kasi makipag-usap sa lahat. Kasi siya yung project owner, di ba? Pwede siya makipag-usap sa project manager, sa external, sa steering committee, okay? And even the project funder, business case, lahat yan. So, kaya niya makipag-communicate sa lahat. So, siya ang pinaka-key sa communication. Ano? By being involved with the project on a daily basis, the project owner ensures that the voice of the customer or the client is continually being heard. So, ibig sabihin, lahat ng concerns ng customer or other interested parties, i-relay ng project owner sa project team o sa internal. Kasi siya yung nasa gitna. Okay. Quality development techniques. Ito, other projects often use quality development techniques, many of which originated in extreme programming. So ito yung mga sample ng techniques to adapt the use for other project types. Some of these techniques are test-driven development. Ito, which so you have to test. Just like I usually lead the application of our database for manufacturing, yung software na ginagamit. So when we do implementations, we do tests first, and we have a test program muna. So ipapasok muna lahat ng information ng database, and then you do the test kung talagang efficient siya at talagang nagbibigay ng correct result. And then eventually you will do the actual using of that software or database. Pair programming. Ito, usually ginagawa ko ito sa mga tao ko to be able to let them learn the program or the software. I will do it the task in front of them while in the computers. Ako naman ang gagawa. I will show to them for like a series of entries, and then they will be able to adapt it, and later on they will be doing it by themselves. Peer review. Ito, the members of the team review each other's work and work with others to fix problems and improve quality. So you have to ask your peers to review your work. Ganun lang naman kasimple. You won't be able to see your mistake. You won't be able to see your shortcomings. Yung peers mo makikita yon, hindi ikaw. So it's good to also ask your peers on how you work. Collective code ownership. Everyone is responsible and can create or change any work in the project. Ito yung kanina na binabanggit ko na, it's everybody's responsibility. Okay, this approach is though to increase innovation and identification of defects kasi mas madali kasi sila yung mga process owner. Continuous integration, frequent trialing of work with the rest of the work that has been done on the project to identify problems and deal with them early. Yan. Ito yung pinaka-importante sa kahit anumang organization, the communication. Nagkakaroon ng malaking issue sa operation, even in manufacturing, pag may mga information na hindi na ibibigay ng malinaw. Usually, ang nagiging issue po sa amin is when I talk with when I talk with technical department, hindi nabibigay sa akin yung latest version of drawings. And then nare-receive ko na lang yung orders without letting them know na meron na palang order. Okay, meron pala silang bagong version of the drawings, and then we will do the mass production. And yun doon na nagkakaroon ng problema. So it's very important to have a communication matrix. Okay, and if you don't know, you have to ask and repeat. By simply asking again, what is the instruction? What is the information? Yan lang kasimple. Yeah. Project teams are not now often comprised of members in multiple geographic locations. So by emails, by WhatsApp, yan, gagamit na yan. Technology-based communication. Sustainable development. Yan. Project quality influenced by pressures and stress. So to be able to sustain yung development, siyempre as human, meron ka pa ring downgrade, ano? may weak point ka pa rin. Kumbaga may stress ka at a certain point of your work. So to be able to sustain kung ano yung ginagawa mo, you have to balance work and your life, personal life. So hindi inaalaw din ng agile management that their employees or the project team has a balance of work and life. So dito may mga recommendation. We have to donate your time, expertise, or finances. Like PSME, yung ginagawa natin ngayon, this is your donation of your time and expertise, and sometimes finances. Somehow it will remove your thinking na hihiwalay sa work mo dahil you are focusing on donating your time to PSME. Ganun yun. So nababawasan yung stress, and then pagbalik mo na sa trabaho, then that's the time you will have the stress again. Ganun lang naman yun. Plan your vacation. Yan, kagaya niya, nakabakasyon ako pero I'm still working with PSME. Take time to rest both mentally and physically. Yan, may iba talaga nag-overtime pa, no? Pero usually I talk to my people. Ang sinasabi ko sa kanila is that you earn your you earn a lot of money because of overtime, but later on those money will go to paying your hospital bills. Ganon din yun. Doon papunta pa rin yun. Yung pera na na-earn mo for extending time of working and working hard. Okay? It will go, kasi nga, na-stress yung katawan mo, na-overfatigue ka, okay? Hindi enough ang sleep mo, you will be hospitalized for sure. And yung kinita mo for that will just go to your hospitalization. So, kailangan mo talagang magpahinga. Okay? Find a mentor to provide advice and insight. So ito number one. Lagi naman yan. And we have to find mentors in the especially sa mga estudyante, you have to have your mentors. Marami yan sa PSME, pwedeng gawing mentors. Like Sir Andy, we have Sir Sunny and Sir Adrian Makasaki. Prioritize your top tasks to do them first. So of course you have to list down your tasks and then you prioritize. Add exercise. So meron pang physical exercise. Okay. And the conclusion is quality is an agile project is achieved through the responsibility of the project team. So hindi siya project manager lang. The frequent communication between the client or the customer and the team and the role of the project owner and the specific tools and techniques. Yon. Thank you. That would be my presentation.
Thank you for that informative presentation, Engineer Defensor. Students and engineers, are you ready to ask your questions? Please drop it in our chat box so you can also ask it yourself, and all you need to do is just raise. Right, we have a first question. This is from Mr. Rene Carrera. In the slide for the number 3 main phase of APM process, scope, time, cost triangle, what is the involvement quality which was located in the middle of the triangle? Engineer Defensor, I think you're muted.
Unmute. Sorry. Thank you for that question. Okay. The quality there actually emphasize that when you do adjustment on your time or your scope or your cost, it should not affect the quality. Yun lang yun. Kaya nandun siya sa gitna. It should not affect when you although flexible yung tatlo na yun, it should not affect the quality.
All right. Okay, thank you. And somebody raised his hand. All right, okay. Engineer. All right, okay. Yeah, Engineer Ronnie Maligmat, you may unmute your speaker. Ronnie Maligmat.
Yeah.
Engineer Ronnie Maligmat, we couldn't hear you clearly. We will get back to you. All right, okay. We have another question. Engineer Defensor. So this is from FT.
Franco Tolentino.
Yeah. Francis Yokok. Sa bawat iteration, sir, kung may mga bagong items na dagdag sa bawat iteration, paano nyo pina-prioritize yung item at sa anong process yung ginagawa para ma-clear or ma-resolve?
Okay, pag may adjustments, of course may additional. Usually pag ganyan, you are taking another iterations kasi dagdag yun eh. Okay? And you have to involve another set of manpower for that. Para hindi maka-affect dun sa timeline mo. Yan, I hope it answers the question. Actually, yan si Franco Tolentino is a project manager of SAN. Kaya alam niya din yan.
All right, okay, thank you for your answer. And may I call on Engineer Adrian, our MDFTD chairman, for your question.
Hi, sir. Congratulations muna, sir, sa napakagandang presentation. Very relevant siya. So, especially now sa rapid industrialization of agile. Tapos sir, i-concur ko lang, so agree ko lang yung sa last na sinabi mo, yung overtime. So when it comes to overtime, so actually dito sa amin, when it comes to overtime, we also discourage kasi nga yung a good project manager or project management, almost wala ng overtime. So yun ang parang big. So when the project is well managed, actually there's no need na para sa overtime. So I agree din sa huling statement na sinabi mo na talaga yan, kumbaga iwasan na. So that is So sir, ito naman yung question ko lang din naman sa'yo, in your personal view. Kasi alam naman natin yung meron tayong traditional project management. Tapos ngayon meron itong bago, itong agile project management. Sa view mo sir, so kailan siya talagang dapat gamitin? Siguro meron kasi parang case by case siguro. So in your personal view, saan dapat gagamitin si traditional project management? Saan gagamitin si agile project management?
Actually, kanina nakalagay yung all organizations are 95% is applying agile na. 95, yun yung based on study. Pero if I will answer that question, okay, siyempre pag agile medyo magastos, mas malaki ang cost, di ba? Automatically yun yung unang perception ng owner kung i-apply niya ba yung agile o yung traditional. So kung hindi naman ganun ka-critical yung project, you can apply the traditional one.
Okay. So, kasi parang agile
lalo na pag involves a big amount of money, mag-agile ka na. Kung malaki din naman talaga yung project na involve a lot of money, mag-agile ka na. Kasi pag nagkaroon ka ng mga problema, you can resolve easily because you are applying agile.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Engineer Ian.
Yes, Chairman. Thank you, Sir Engineer, for that question nga pala.
Thank you, Sir.
Ayan, si ating beautiful MC. I would like to answer also the question of our chairman ng fabrication, no? And very quick, because now, ladies and gentlemen, marami tayo dito. It's around 205. Actually, you know, agile is very important now. Actually, the application of agile, particularly now in my business, I'm really using this kind of methodology approach. Ano? How? Ang question ko, engineer, paano ko gagamitin yan? Okay, kasi nga yan, lalo na sa we as a manager, for example, no? We are dealing with clients. Ang tanong, kapag ang client nagsabi sa'yo, Engineer Sane, can you please add this scope of work or can you please modify such a thing? Yun na. No? Hindi ka naman basta pupunta agad sa kontrata. No. Babanatan mo agad ng kontrata, babanatan mo agad nun. You have to maintain good relationship. Why? Siya ang nagbabayad eh. Yes, the paymaster. Kaya dapat you have to manage it well. So, ang gagawin mo doon, you have to have a dynamic team na talagang may mindset ng changes. Okay? Kasi ganito eh. Alam mo na nagtrabaho ko sa airport, at nagalit yung mga ano ba yan? Pabago-bago. I-explain ko sa kanya. Yan ang request ng client. Pagka yan ang client ang nag-request, gawa natin ang paraan. Why? Para nung pagka nag-bill tayo sa kanya, mabilis ang payment. Mabilis kitang mapasahod. Gusto mo ba yun? Mabilis tayo mapasahod. O gusto mo advance pa? O gusto mo bonus pa? Okay yan, sir. Okay, so let's adapt the change. I-mindset ninyo ang inyong mga subordinates. Hindi kayo reklamo. No. I-mindset ninyo. Ang kailangan adaptive to environment. Okay? Kaya hindi lang yon, adaptive din sa technology. Paano ikaw? Dapat ang mga empleyado rin, katulad, nag-report ako kanina sa PhD class, Industrial Revolution 4.0 tayo. Ganito yan. In order to be competitive, paano ngayon? Mga engineer, mechanical, may nagtanong. Ano yan, sir? Mechanical engineer, puro na automation na. O paano na tayo? So, no, it's not like that. Ang gawin mo lang, engineer, equip yourself. Dapat agile ka din. Marami ka rin dapat alam. I-expound mo. Alright? So, dito sa technical division ng project management, at saka itong welding, at saka itong design fabrication, lagi kayong a-attend ng seminar. Part of your professional development. Kano ka hindi naman ganito lang basta-basta mag-prepare? Si Engineer Reynald, si Engineer Michael, di lang ganito ka-easy mag-prepare for you guys and also to get CPD. Kaya value this kind of seminar i-value ninyo at para sa ating. Okay, nako, parang ako nag-speech na. Thank you very much. Sorry for that. Back to you, Miss Beautiful MC.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Right, okay, and I believe we have a question from WEMTD Chairman, Engineer Andy.
Hindi, ano lang yan, clarification na Ms.
Mga PMP pa talaga yung mga nagtatanong sa
ano na
atin.
yung sa agile part na ni Engineer Ian. Thank you, thank you.
MJ, can I push my
Hi, Mr.
question?
Ronnie Mandagat.
Okay.
Gusto talaga magtanong.
Can you hear? I'm audible?
You are audible now,
To my
Engineer.
best friend. Okay. For agile, what we call it, project management. Before the conceptualization of the project or before the awarding and the bidding of the project, do we require involvement of the owner's technical personnel or maintenance and operation in recommending the type of equipment on that specific project and why?
Again,
Engineer Ian, do we require the engineering team of the maintenance and operation for that specific project during the conceptualization or before the bidding process or the fed documents from the project management?
if they are part of the owner side, yes. Client side, yes.
Yeah, thank you for that one. Because
If they are
actually, yeah, that is a good answer because the technical division or the technical engineering department of a certain plant like the oil and gas, we have already experiences and we know which machine are is suitable to be used in a certain plant.
Yeah.
That's why we are doing that usually in the big projects in oil and gas. Thank you, Mr. Ian, Engineer Ian.
Thank you. Thank you. IPP Ronnie.
All right, Engineer Andy, you may unmute yourself.
Ano ko lang, i-supplement ko lang yung kay BC1 Ronnie. O kailangan talaga sa sa in-service. Kaya sa in-service may technical team at saka may engineering. Dahil yung mga code and standard as what mentioned yung sa second technical speaker, may mga construction requirements sa code which is hindi nakikita sa code kundi doon sa process in service. So which will add not additional scope, which is requirement in the scope. That's why yung mga big company like Chevron, Shell, Qatar Energy, may technical specification, even Kuwait, kay BC1 Ronnie, to ensure na yung the code requirement versus the process requirement, to ensure na nag-integrate yun. Like yung PWHT, especially the requirement in P1, which is if it is a complex, it required an additional or huge amount of money in the project kung hindi ma-anticipate at magkakaroon ng dispute later kapag hindi napasama at somebody else will review the project scope and pupunta sa kalagitnaan ng project, or if hindi rin nakita during construction, during engineering construction, sa in-service problem mag-o-occur yun at magiging management of change yun. Kaya talagang kailangan. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Andy.
Actually, the engineering team of such a project, they are the one who will choose which equipment to be used or to be installed in that project, not the project management. We are the one who, we are the one who
Consider
big,
the owner, engineer Ronnie, like on the owner side.
yeah, we are the one who suggests and to pick up which
End user kayo eh.
yeah.
Tama naman yun.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Engineer Maligmat. And now we're down to the last question from Roberto Ibanez. Sir, can we possibly apply the agile concept in a virtual environment? In my thesis, last 2015, I'm researching the virtual environment of project management. Can this be applied in the agile concept?
I could say there will be limitations. Okay, may limitations sa pagka virtual. Kasi may mga times na talagang kailangan mong puntahan to see the actual scenario. Pagka virtual lahat, you won't be able. Depende sa application. May mga project na talagang virtual lahat sila. Let's say, ano bang project na panay all virtual. Pero pagka ang project is on site, it cannot be all virtual. So may limitations ka. So hindi siya applicable. Magiging applicable all the time.
Thank you. All right, the remaining questions will be answered by email. Right, okay, and engineers and students, please fill out the feedback form regarding the technical presentation that you have just completed. This will ensure that you have learned from the technical presentation and for us to facilitate the CPD points for the registered participants. You may also scan the QR code on the screen. Your 5 minutes starts now. All right, and let me just thank our sponsor, R1 Building Services Solution. This will not be possible without them. All right, and also a reminder, we have a quiz later, so I hope that you take note or you still remember what the topic was earlier. All right, okay, and shout out to the WEMTD Governing Board, Engineer Richard Abustan, Engineer Vincent Cantara, Engineer Renz Marco Sandoval, Engineer Veggie, Jim Sumagaysay, PMTD Governing Board, Engineer Rod Kenneth Lubong, Engineer Carlene Rodriguez, Engineer Jim Buere, and Engineer Madge Ramos from Engineer Reynald, and the supportive members, Engineer John Gonzalez. All right, we have 3 minutes and 47 seconds.
Madam Miss.
Yes. Hi, Engineer Sani Kalma.
Okay, while we are, just want to emphasize why we are doing this kind of filling the form. I believe they are filling the form for the questions, correct?
Yes.
Yes, because basically, sir, this is for CPD. I believe it's already been explained. Para makakuha tayo ng mga CPD points because this is a requirement of PRC. Be able to know talaga bang which is very good naman Miss Myla. Ano ba real name mo, madam? Sorry.
Meka.
Meka. Madam Meka, actually this is a good thing also. Why? So that we will be really digesting what was discussed, para may natutunan tayo. It's well, as per the survey, only a very few that we can retain, but at least we get something. Right? Yeah, Miss May, ganun naman ang Kaya lang kayo, I don't know, parang ito lang yata, ganito lang. Kasi we are just following the rules. What we are saying is, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, mga engineers, of course, project management, kailangan may mga rules. Kasi we follow the rules of PRC. They are really, for example, they really wanted an evaluation, so we do it. So that's it. Part din ng sa project management. Now we follow what was the rules. For example, this May 6, yung ating by the way, Miss Mike, ay ano to, magaling tong ating speaker about sa contracts. Maganda rin alam mo yung kontrata because Miss MC, because can you type your name there, Madam MC, so that we know your full name, and we just welcome you, Madam, because pwede ka palang lagi naming gawing MC. Okay ba yung MC natin? Mag-thumbs up nga kayo, mga participants. Kailangan i-rate din natin yung MC. Are you satisfied with the MC? The way she handled the show? Ayan, no?
Feedback will be very helpful. I believe in feedback. It's your way to improve yourself.
Yes, madam. So, yun. Kaya maganda rin, ma'am. Pagka kasi, sir, kayo magkaroon kayo ng business, importante pala, marunong din kayo sa contract. Alam mo, dyan ako natalo, nadali ako ng kliyente. Isang word lang na isama ko, I'm not aware of the contract. Basta lang banat lang ako ng banat. Nang nakita ko, nadali ako tuloy. Nakuha ko yung scope of work. So, it's a lesson learned. Dapat pala alam ko itong mga ganito. So, as of ngayon, dapat alam din natin yan. Kasi magtatayo din kayo ng business pag nasa Pilipinas na kayo, di ba? Or even na engineering, kailangan aware tayo. Ayun. So, yun lang, pang dead air lang. Back to you, Madam MC.
Thank you. I believe with that. I agree with you, Engineer Sunny. We don't only learn from our mistake, we also learn from the mistake of others. We can save time and we can start from there. All right, okay, guys, we have 19 seconds left.
Shout out, Mr. Deo, Engineer Deo. Yung ating number one bilib ako sa ano na to. Pag kasi ganito na ako kaedad ko, sana ganyan pa ako ka-energetic sa iyo, Engineer Deo.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody.
By the way, si Engineer Deo ang president ng Metro South Chapter, correct? Yan. By the way, Mr. Deo, mag-promote ka din mamaya. Pwede ka mag-promote ng ating joint collaboration.
Yes, sir. I will do that.
Maganda ikaw kasi presidente ka. Back to you, MC.
All right, okay. And the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers Incorporated First Joint Technical Conference awards this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Pasiano A. Dipensor, RME, for providing outstanding support as technical speaker on the topic Quality Management, Agile Approach to Quality during the First Joint Technical Conference of PMTD, WEMTD, and MDFTD, held on 30th April 2022 via Zoom webinar. These are signed by Engineer Melanie P. Banayos, PSME National President, Engineer Feliciano C. Pirater Jr., PSME National Secretary, Engineer Simon P. Turno III, PSME National VP Technical, Engineer Andy Dipasupil, WEMTD Chairman, Engineer Sunny Kalma, PMTD Chairman, and Engineer Adrian Makasaki, MDFTD Chairman. All right, okay, and I think we have another raffle draw. All right, okay, for raffle draw, let me transfer the screen to Engineer Lloyd Pineda.
Engineer Lloyd, sorry, baka lang habang nag-prepare ka, nakalimutan kong batiin si Engineer John Jimenez, our cluster chairman ng Calabarzon. Andiyan siya, sir. Engineer, mamaya mag-ano rin siya. Engineer John Jimenez. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, Engineer Lloyd.
All right. I will just share my screen. Okay, okay. Pa-thumbs up naman dyan. Yung mga gising pa kayo. Ako, palog na ata. Ayan. All right. For another 300 pesos. GCash. PLS2 Rasmas and Armino. Is he in the room? Mr. Joktan Belarmino? Camera on po. Naku, pag wala bibigay natin sa iba to. De, joke lang. Congratulations, Mr. Joktan. And send us your details. Yes, Chairman? Yun, may bagong rules pala ang event chairman. Pag hindi present, bibigyan natin sa iba. So you have 5 seconds. Mr. Jokta Belarmino. In the room. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's do this one first. One more. Me, TSU, Mr. Jason Casal. Are you still with us here? Raise po yung hand para maano. Wala. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, unfortunately, we have to move on. One more. Renato Carrera, nandito ka pa ba? You're still here. Congratulations, sir. Okay, let's move to the next one. We still have 2 more. Lloyd Andrew Corpuz, are you still here? Paraise po ng hand. Wala. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wala po. Nandito siya. Buzzer beater. Tara on daw para mapicturean ka. Siguro hindi makapagbukas. By the way, congratulations to Lloyd and to Corpus. Okay, one more. Last. From Golden, Maria Best. Sinuhin. Raise po ng hand. Still in the room. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Sana next, nandito siya. One more. Jumelan Troy from Mindanao State University, General Santos City. Mr. Engineer, ito ka ba? Raise your hand. Okay. Sana nandito naman siya. Okay. Tatanggalin natin ulit. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Natividad from University. Andito ka ba, sir? Oh, andito. Congratulations. Camera on para ma-picturean ka. Andito. Congratulations. Okay, so that ends our raffle time. And back to you, Ms. MC.
All right, congratulations to all winners. All right, and guys, now get your pen and notepad ready to take note of the words of wisdom that we will learn from our next keynote speaker, none other than Engineer Simon Turno III, PSME National Vice President for Technical Affairs. Engineer Turno, the screen is yours.
Thank you and good night na ba? Good night na. Thank you, Miss MC. I would like to greet first yung masyadong masipag nating TD Chairman ng Project Management, si Sunny Calma. Also, ang masipag na Chairman ng Welding TD na si Sir Andy Di Pasupil at equaling masipag ding Chairman ng Fabrication and Mechanical Engineering Fabrication. Chair Adrian Makasapit. So itong mga to hindi na uubusan ng mga ganitong event. And I have just one request dahil sa sobrang sisipag ng mga active sa PSME lalo na sa TD ay nagkakasabay-sabay na. Probably I should have delivered this message sa simula and because napasabay kina Sir John Jimenez ng kabila na kanina ito nga suot-suot ko pa yung kanilang t-shirt napapunta ako rito sa ending, but anyway I just hope hindi ako makakat sa air, Chair Sunny. Anyway, kidding aside, I would like to greet yung mga participants, and you are about 200 kanina. And if ever there are boards present here, so I don't know if my talk will be more or less still suitable on this part of your program. So, but firstly, I just want to talk about the PSME Technical Division, just for the quick background of the TD, which I am tasked to always explain. So the PSME TD was created in 2017 by no other than the father of Technical Division. I consider him the father, PP Roger Reyes, and we were batchmates from MIT. So he started it with 6 or 7 TDs during that first year, and now has grown to about 16 technical divisions, and probably if ever I can add one more. Although yung 16 talagang kasi the favorite day is Friday and Saturday. So Friday sa mga taga Middle East, and dito naman sa Philippines is Saturday. So just like now, nagkasabay yung dalawa. But kagaling pa rin dahil kahit medyo sabay nahati, merong hindi naubusan ng mga participants. So I just want to give you the 16 technical divisions and the chairmans of each technical division. I would like to start with the Environmental Engineering TD, chaired by Engineer John Michael B. Perez. The Fire Protection TD, which is chaired now by Sir James D. Abarca, Plant Engineering and Maintenance, chaired by Mark Anthony Centeno. MBACRE, or Mechanical Ventilation and Air Conditioning Refrigeration, Michael T. Serben, boiler pressure vessel and piping TD, which I formerly chaired, and now the current chairman is Sir Gideon Doy Molieno. The Safety, Engineering, and Health TD, headed by Romeo G. Francisco Jr., Power and Energy, chaired by Rainiel A. Atienza, Energy Management TD, Sir Toto Goles, na kanina kasama ni Engineer John Jimenez doon sa kabilang conference. The Project Management TD, of course, no other than the very hardworking Engineer Sanity Calma. The manufacturing engineering, ito hindi ko pa ito namimit, si Eric Jude Soliman. Mechanical Design and Fabrication TD, si Sir Adrian S. Makasakit, batang-bata. Automotive Engineering, ang aking idol, si Sir Bobit or Vitaliano F. Mamawal. For the Automation, Instrumentation, and Robotics Technical Division, headed by Denet C. Lino. And the Mechanical Engineering Education, headed by Engineer Paul M. Catalan. And then the Welding Engineering Management TD, of course, chaired by Sir Andy M. Di Pasupil, and the last, and was the youngest, only created last December, the Lift Conveyance and Material Handling, chaired by Engineer Lorenzo Gabiola. So take your pick, because you can be a member of at least 3 technical divisions. So going now to my talk, even the last time I had a talk, I told the participants that this project management and other activities in the plant is really very close to my heart, being a plant engineer and plant manager for 30 years. And with your team, integrating the multidisciplinary expertise of mechanical engineers towards rapid industrialization, agile approach to quality. So I should be talking about engineering activities that involves project management, mechanical design and fabrication, and the welding engineering and management. Since this event is convened by these 3 technical divisions. So I think I can bundle these mechanical engineering activities into a single activity so that our participants can understand that even though mechanical engineering is really very broad, its individual activities can truly complement with one another to attain a much bigger accomplishment. I've been a boiler engineer for more than 23 years and had undertaken more than 100 improvement projects, be it a simple improvement and to the biggest installation and commissioning of a one whole brand new medium-sized boiler. So for example, the project is all about the installation and commissioning of a brand new boiler. So the whole boiler itself has its own engineering team that was being handled by the manufacturer and the engineering designer of that boiler provider. And of course, it has its own installation contractor who put things together, what is there in the plan. They will fabricate, manufacture it, and then they will erect it. And not only that, there are boiler parts that needs to be fabricated in a shop, like the bending and forming of main bank tubes, the superheater tubes, and the other boiler tubes and also the hardest part, the fabrication of a steam drum. So the rolling of the very thick steam drum and the mud drum, plus the drilling of the tube plates for the air preheater, and the fabrication of all water and steam headers are to be done by another fabricator or contractor that is also being supervised by the boiler manufacturers themselves. And there are also other boiler auxiliaries like the fans or blowers that are being manufactured by others but the specifications were all provided by the boiler manufacturer and designer. So all the terminal points of the scope of the manufacturer, outside of the scope of the manufacturer, will be handled by the project engineer of the plant, which normally during those times were my job. So where are the welding activities coming in? It is when the construction, fabrication, installation of the boiler parts and the structures that will hold the entire boiler pressure parts up in the air. So to finish the job, we need to have all of these activities being done simultaneously and are being executed in sequence, and this is being done by the manufacturer's project management team. So how about the activities that has to be done and are not included with the scope of the manufacturer or outside of the terminal point? So it will be mostly handled by the owner, which will be assigned to the project engineer to manage all the exclusion parts of the projects and all the coordination and meetings that will be done by the principal's representative to monitor and track the progress of the equipment provider. Because normally, progressive billing is regularly given to the company so that you can partially pay their services. So we need somebody to monitor their activities. So any endeavor that is about project management, mechanical design, and fabrication, and various types of welding engineering are now available in PSME technical divisions. And they are working hand in hand to achieve a bigger objective of having such event like this. In practice, more or less it is the same. To finish the project within the budget and within the time allocation, so that operation will not be disrupted, as normally improvement projects completion is aligned with the start of operation of the plant. As I have said time and again, engineering projects make the mechanical engineering jobs more challenging, more thrilling, more exciting, and more fulfilling. It can also make you to be creative. It can force you to be innovative, and it can enable you to work under time pressure because you have to finish all of its component of the project within the schedule, as other activities are dependent to the schedule of these activities. So you have to finish all the components one at a time. And once you finish the project as scheduled and within the budget, then you can probably be the happiest engineer for that time. Since there are times budgetary constraints can be a factor in the timely completion of a project because unforeseen activities happen. Obstructions are not considered during the development stage or the planning stage. Sometimes there are delays in the arrival of procured material, and also there are design flaws because sometimes plans are also being done copy paste. So the planning, design, and procurement and fabrication determines heavily what will happen to a project. Planning and design will provide you all the information on how a project can be done and executed properly based on engineering standard and experience of the manufacturer. Fabrication and installation activities will provide you the material and the estimated labor cost and also the quality of workmanship to prevent problems during commissioning. And lastly, the execution and implementation will provide you the reference and direction of the progress of the project. You always compare to the theoretical against actual. And that is how you say you are within the time schedule or behind the time schedule. During execution also, you have to be flexible and decisive on what to do once you will have missing data of the design wrong assumptions during the planning stage, or sometimes error in measurement. The welding and fabrication of all structures and equipment parts should have proper guidelines and specifications to make sure that workmanship is based on the standard engineering practice and required specifications. Engineers that are involved in the execution of project is probably one of the luckiest and happiest engineers in the world, especially for big projects or undertaking that cannot be always done more often. There are projects that can only be done once every 50 years. And for sure, you will be already retired after 50 years. And therefore, if you miss that project, then you also miss that opportunity to learn with the project. So having involved in too many projects in my previous life in the corporate world, it made me feel very confident all these years of my life. If only we have more than enough time to discuss them, I can easily consume all the allotted time for this event, as I would love to share these experiences because I know young engineers can learn a lot from it. Because of various projects undertaking, many operational and maintenance problems were corrected or rectified. The company operation has been upgraded and its capacity and efficiency has been increased. It also gave me the opportunity to meet experts and collaborate with them. You will also meet people of authorities in government because you will be securing permits, and that will enable you to learn the legal side of project management. This can be your stepping stone to be recognized by the executives of your company. However, if there will also be a big problems, delays in completion, and budget overruns, you can be equally made liable for it, and for sure, it can lead to your disassociation with your company and friends. In my experience, the best projects that I was happy to handle are projects that brought transfer of technology and new system and that has never been seen before or experienced in our country. Big projects involve big chunk of engineering and systems that were never seen before. And if you are involved with such big projects, you will learn many things out of it, which later can lead to your promotion if your performance is good. You can also travel to many different countries overseas because you will be normally tasked to visit the progress of the fabrication of the machine parts that are fabricated abroad. So you will see new method of doing things, especially on the aspect of welding and fabrication facilities and some other tools that you have never seen before here in our country. So we are great engineers, but most of the times we are not exposed to new technologies that goes with a big project, thus making us inferior to other engineers abroad. So with regards to fabrication and welding technology, new and big projects will expose us to different types of destructive and non-destructive tests, which are only being carried out to pressure parts, rotating equipment, high temperature and pressure piping, and welding jobs that needs post-heat treatment because of the nature of material use. So these are very common to oil refineries, where tube leaks or petroleum materials or product can result to a catastrophic explosion that can mean death of personnel. And for this reason, welders are tested on a regular basis before carrying out a task of any welding jobs, just to make sure he is qualified to do so. Humans are prone to error, poor execution, and missing some of the details or the procedures. So good planning and documentation of procedures on what are the step-by-step process has been practiced since man has landed on the moon. Dito nagsimula lahat to sa NASA. Hindi pwedeng ang pwede na. Dapat sigurado ka in projects execution, because later The problem will arise and it will haunt you why you did not do it properly the first time that you work at it. Mistake may mean people's lives, loss of production, and collapse of the company. And for that reason, good execution, planning, and control are really very necessary. Projects, since usually a new undertaking and a new challenge, breaks the monotony of mechanical engineering jobs. We always wanted to experience new things. We are being taught on how to do it right and how to do it within the budget allocated and based on the timeline. There are projects that cost implications are huge, that others are already retiring and yet have not experienced such big projects, especially if the life of that equipment once installed is more than 50 years. So when it happened in your time, you will be really very proud and you will cherish that project that you have undertook for the rest of your life. So in parting, I would like to congratulate the conveners of this event, the Project Management TD, chaired by Engineer Sani Calma, the Mechanical Design and Fabrication TD, chaired by Engineer Adrian Makasakit, and Welding, Engineering and Management TD, chaired by Engineer Andy Dipasupil, and to all other staff that I do not know their name, but have been very helpful to achieve this success in this event. So to all of these conveners, I say, mabuhay kayong lahat. And lastly, I would say, long live our PSME, the home of resilient Filipino mechanical engineers. Thank you, everyone, and may God bless us always.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Turno, for that inspirational message. I agree with what you said. Hindi pwede na pag sigurado ka. We say the same thing in swimming. We are like, it's not okay to be okay. We have to be sure. So yeah, I totally agree with that. And the Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers, Project Management Technical Division, Welding Engineering Management Technical Division, Mechanical Design and Fabrication Technical Division awards this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Simon P. Turno III, PME, for his valuable contribution as inspirational speaker in the first joint technical conference with the theme integrating the multidisciplinary expertise of mechanical engineers towards rapid industrialization, held virtually via Zoom conference on the 30th day of April 2022. These are signed by Engineer Melanie P. Banayos, PSME National President, Engineer Andy Dipasupil, WEMTD Chairman, Engineer Feliciano Pereter, PSME National Secretary, and Engineer Adrian Makasaki, MDFTD Chairman.
Thank you sa inyong tatlo. Thank you din sa event organizer.
Sir BBT, thank you.
All right, okay, guys, and I hope you guys are taking notes. Are you ready for our next keynote speaker? If you are, let's welcome all right, okay. So let's go for the announcement. All right, for PMTD announcement, let's call on Engineer Lloyd Pineda, first PMTD Vice Chairman. All right, Engineer Lloyd Pineda.
Yes, thank you. Let me just share my short presentation. Technical glitch. All right, no worries.
Guys, hang on. We're just having a little difficult connection.
All right, guys. Good evening for all the participants. And now I would like to, by the way, I'm Lloyd Christian Pineda, the first Vice Chairman for PMTD. I would like to share with you the upcoming events of PMTD. First, on May 6th, we would be having our 5th technical conference about contracts, FIDIC, and open forum. Okay, so that is on May 6th. So can we just watch a little bit of
Hello, PSME members. I'm Engineer Sanity Calma, Project Management Technical Division. PMTD will be having its 5th technical conference on FIDIC Contract Open Forum. Do you know about FIDIC Yellow Book? And what about FIDIC Red Book? You will be knowing this on May 6, 2022, Friday. Engineer Jason?
Our resource speakers specialize in FIDIC contract, a FIDIC affiliate member, and FCL certification board member. He is a recipient Trainer of the Year Award in 2021 during Contract User Award ceremony.
This seminar is having PRC CPD units.
Again, mark your calendar, May 6, 2022, Friday. And to register, please click the link below.
Right, so that is on May 6th, FIDIC Open Forum. So if you have questions regarding contracts, this is the suitable event for you to attend. And next is our collaboration with Calabarzon United Cluster on May 28, 2022. So mark your calendars, guys. Yes, we would be having a collaboration with CUC. And I think the chairman of CUC is here, Chairman Jonald Jimenez. Would you like to share some word about the event? All right, we'll come back to Chairman Jonald a bit later. Next, again, of course, for our students, we would be having the PSME Students National Quiz Contest 2022. On July 16, that's the elimination round. July 23 is the finals. I believe the committee has already sent out letters to respective schools, and we will keep you informed about the updates on this. And I think last week we had a flashpoint regarding the quiz contest. So also mark this in your calendars. That's July 16. And of course, our 70th National Convention to be held on October 16 to 22. PSME at 70 and beyond, the home of resilient Filipino mechanical engineers. So we would expect everyone to attend. I think the students also, you have your separate convention. So we hope to see you there. And about the convention, hihingi po kami ng konting ng tulong sa inyo. We the PSME National, we are asking everyone to participate and show support. We would like to ask you for a short video of this content. Can we play this? Yep.
Hello, PSME members. I'm Engineer Sanity Calma, Project Management Technical Division. I'm excited in upcoming 2022 National Convention. PSME at 70 terrific years of passion and dedicated service. Go, PSME!
And these are the events with the PMTD. And nga pala, gusto ko rin kayong i-invite dito sa 13th MERC, 13th Middle East Regional Conference to be held on July 9 to 11. Here in Doha, Qatar. Malaking part din po ang PMTD at WMTD. Yes. So that's it. That ends my presentation for the upcoming events for PMTD. I would like to ask Chairman
Pwede na,
Jonald.
Engineer Jonald, pwede na.
Yes, Chairman.
Yes, sir. Good evening po. And good morning yata dyan sa atin sa Middle East.
Hapon pa po, alas 2.
Hapon pa lang, hapon na po. Anyway, good evening to each and everyone po. So, would like to invite everyone to attend for our upcoming collaboration with the Project Management Technical Division and your Calabarzon United Cluster. So, this PMTD Technical Division po will be held on May 28, 2022 from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. Philippine time. So, more project management topics to be discussed on this. So, for more details, kindly message me or Engineer Sanity Calma, PMTD Chairman. Also, this will be hosted by the PSME QBLO's chapter. Engineer Erson Carta will be also one of the event organizer for this event. So, see you on May 28. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Sani, would you like to add something about the CUC event? Ano bang surprise natin dito?
Well, dito sa CUC event na to, may mga surprises tayo about the project management. Meron tayong di-discuss natin dito yung ating Certified Project Management Professional, the PSME version of project management certification. Paano tayo ma-certify as a project manager? Siyempre, kung meron sila, meron din dapat ang PSME because we are mandate to be the leader in the certification with regards to a lot of technical aspect, and that includes the project management. So, meron kaming binubuo ngayon, hopefully. Matagal na binubuo. At ba si Engineer Florence? Engineer Florence, ano na natin talaga ito, no? At ma-finalize na para maibigay sa PSME board. At yan, i-discuss natin yan para magkaroon tayo ng sariling atin. And something that we can be proud of. Okay? So, kaya natin tapatan yan, yung mga pang-PMI. We can do that, IPMA. Right? And God's grace, magawa natin yan. Salamat. Back to you.
Chairman, may bumubulong dito. May CPD ba daw to?
Aba, alam nyo, simula pa ang CPD, automatic na yan dapat sa PMTD at sa iba pa. Automatic, alam nyo ba? Talagang ni-register po namin ang company para tayo sa CPD. Para naman ay lagi kasi yung tinatanong eh. So, siyempre, bigyan natin at gawa tayo ng paraan how can we serve na magkaroon talagang CPD points yan, recognized ng PRC. So, approve na yan. 3 points. Bakit wala dyan dun sa poster mo? Sino
Yan,
gumawa ng
3 points. Surprise nga, Chairman eh. 3 points pala to. Panalo.
3 points.
Very good. So thank you, Chairman. And that's it. And we will give the microphone back to our MC, Madam MC.
Thank you for those PMTD announcements. Now let's go on to our WEMTD announcement. Let's call on Engineer Andy Dipasupil, WEMTD Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Mika, again. Yeah, just for the WMTD. For WMTD upcoming events activities. So for the 4th Technical Conference, 2nd GMM, on July 22 or 23. This will be confirmed as part of the strategic plan. So participation in 8th Luzon Regional Conference on July 1, as si Chairman Jonald Najan. So the technical speaker submitted to Engineer Torno. And then we will see that for the student. Then PSME Qatar for the 3rd technical seminar with the topic of basic heat load calculation with design application on May 13, 2022. So we are inviting as well. So as part. Then for PSME, as mentioned, the BC1, Middle East regional conference, July 9, 10, 11. And then for call for technical papers, especially for the welding experts, welcome pa rin to share your technical know-how and experience. So send us sa WMTD, those who are interested. Again, thank you very much to all participants, our brilliant technical speakers, guests from NBOD, Governing Board, Technical Conference Chairman, Engineer Reynald and Co-Chair Engineer Michael, Engineer Lloyd, and of course, Engineer Adrian, also to Ms. Mika and TD Secretary. Mabuhay tayong lahat. Thank you very much. Back to you, Ms. Mika.
Thank you, Engineer Andy. All right, okay, and let's move on to the MDFTD Chairman, Engineer Adrian Makasakit, for the MDFTD announcements.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, okay, sige. So, sa announcement naman when it comes sa Mechanical Design and Fabrication Technical Division, so alam ko sunod-sunod na yun, sunod-sunod na yun, marami na tayo mga technical conferences and mainly sa Mechanical Design and Fabrication Technical Division. So we are more on into collaboration sa mga junior PSME. So we have plenty of speakers na dinideploy sa iba't ibang mga JPSME event na meron sila mga kanya-kanya kasing mga conferences, ganyan. So abangan nyo lang yan. So marami tayo mga speakers doon at iba't ibang mga mechanical design and fabrication topics, especially din sa mga students natin. And syempre, patuloy pa rin collaboration. We will have collaboration. So hindi ko muna i-announce for now, pero mga collaborations in future with other PSME chapters. So that's also part in our pipeline. And of course, yung meron din tayo mga siguro joint TD conferences again with other technical divisions in future. So niluluto pa ito pero we will announce it shortly. And dun sa mga announcement, please like our page, Mechanical Design and Fabrication Technical Division Facebook page. So doon namin lahat i-announce ng mga upcoming events. So abangan nyo yan. And isa pa yung NatCon, syempre, yung National Convention natin. So I encourage everyone to participate and join the 70th National Convention. Marami tayong mga experts, experts from project management, welding and engineering management, and of course mechanical design and fabrication. So we have our fair share of technical experts to present dito sa ating biggest event ng PSME. And lastly, siguro isa pa yung mga on-demand videos sa mga mechanical design and fabrication members. So we will be sharing yung mga on-demand videos natin. So patuloy pa rin yan. So watch out doon sa emails ninyo. Patuloy pa rin tayo nag-share ng mga ating on-demand videos ng mga nakaraan nating mga technical sharing. And lastly, siguro yung abangan na lang din yung mga mga informal technical sharing. So we will have those, so mga parang lesson learned or even yung mga information sharing. We will be having those mga mga 1 hour sharing, katulad nung meet and greet, mga ganyan. So abangan nyo na rin yan. So we will have those siguro right after this joint technical conference. Yun lang muna sa amin sa Mechanical Design and Fabrication Technical Division. And pasalamat ako sa conference chairman, si Engineer Michael, si Engineer Reynald, si Engineer Sunny, and Engineer Andy. So for making this joint technical conference a reality. So simula lang dati is parang idea lang, pero ngayon is nangyari na at it is a successful one. So again, that's all for me, and thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And that's our MDFTD announcement from Engineer Adrian, MDFTD Chairman. All right, okay, and may we call on Engineer Lloyd Pineda, our PMTD First Vice Chairman, to facilitate the quiz TD. Engineer Lloyd, the screen is yours.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm back.
So pakiclick po nung magkakaroon tayo ng konting quiz bago tayo maghiwa-hiwalay. Pwede pong pakiclick nung link at tayo ay this is fun. Okay? I would suggest that you put your full name, no? Kasi yung top 3 winners o pinakamataas, meron tayong kano ba 'yon? 5,000 ba? Ay, 500 lang pala. Tig for 500 pesos na GCash. Kumapasobra, mag-aabono pa ako Sige. Guys, please join. Pasendan link na putol. Isa pa. Ito. Okay? Okay, let's start. Ayan na, ayan na. Ready na? First 100 lang pa naman to. Kung mahuli, hindi kasali. Okay. Share ko yung screen para ma-monitor natin. Ano bang nangyayari dito? Okay. Let the fun begin.
Wow.
Yan. Oh, ano nangyari? Na-excite ata sa inyo. Tuloy-tuloy. Sino nanalo na? Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. naghang?
Oo, naghahang din ako eh. Practice kitang ako eh. Naghahang.
Top 3. First, Jade Mijares. Rona Santiago. Yung dulo?
Meron.
Nasaan? Ito. Alvin Jim Betangcor. Congratulations po.
Face reveal.
Face reveal. Baka naman pinasagot niya sa katabi niya to. Pasili po ng mga cameras. Jade Mijares, Rona Santiago, and Alvin Jim Betangcor. Sir Alvin dito. Congratulations po sa inyong tatlo at kayo nanalo ng tigpa 500 pesos each GCash. So magdadala po kami ng email dito. Please send us your details for all the winners. Send us your details and then we will contact you. And thank you. Back to you, Miss MC.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone enjoyed. Right, and congratulations to all the winners of the raffle draw, the quiz champion, and to everyone who earned the CPD points. We're actually all a winner here because of the information that we learned today from the best engineers in this field. Engineers and all the facilitators of this conference, it's a pleasure to be a part of this event. And for the closing remarks, let's call on Engineer Michael Miranda, RME.
Hello, I am audible. Yeah, thank you, Madam MC. Good afternoon, good evening, fellow engineers and students, dignitaries and governing boards. It's been a pleasure being with you today. Before I close our first technical joint conference on behalf of PMTD, WEMTD, and MDFTD, we sincerely appreciate and thank our sponsor, R1 Building Services Solutions, Engineer Reginald Juan, for his valuable generosity and productive presentation. We would like to thank our three technical speakers, Engineer Nick Johnson Fernandez, Engineer Christopher Caringal, and Engineer Pasiano Defensor, who shared their technical knowledge, skills, and experience on their field of specialization. We would like to thank also our participants, young engineers and future engineers who make this technical conference successful, alive, and bearing your precious time with us in spite of your busy schedule. We would like to thank our PSME National President, Engineer Melanie P. Banayos, PSME National Vice President for Technical Affairs, Engineer Simon P. Turno III, PSME National Vice President Internal, Engineer Arshel Bakuli, for your very inspiring message to our fellow engineers, young engineers, and students. Special thanks to PSME Technical Division Secretary Ms. Yvonne Malikdem for your usual support to the technical divisions. Many more thanks to the chairman of this event, Engineer Reynald Ramos, to support team Engineer Lloyd Christian Pineda, Engineer Jason Aquino, Engineer Florence Sumilang, for the time and efforts to manage this technical conference webinar. And would like to thank our Master of Ceremony, Micah Manzano, for helping us to deliver a quality event. I hope this is the first but not last. To our PMTD Chairman, San Calma, to empowering us to be a better leader. I would like to thank also our PMTD governing boards for their usual support. And congratulations to all our GCAS winners. But before I will end, I want to take this opportunity to shout out my wife, Marilu Sayo Miranda, working in Singapore right now, for her unwavering support. Shout out to my son, Marcus Michael, and to my family in Florida, Bulacan. To my alma mater, Bulacan State University, and to Engineer Pelizado, S. Camilon Jr., my former professor. Shout out po sa inyong lahat dyan. And now, I declare this first joint technical conference webinar closed. Thank you everyone and have a nice day. Thank you.